Chapter 121. Beating up the courtesan Li Qingshan slapped her hand away rudely, but Gu Jian said, "If you want us to take care of you, that'll depend on what you're capable of. Don't worry, it'll all be the best. Miss Furong has already been waiting for quite some time. She's not receiving any other guests today. Who knows how many people she's offended? The Sacred Hall." At this moment, as if to prove her words, a skinny man grabbed the procuress arm while wailing. "Mummy, I have to see Furong tonight. I'll give you whatever you want." However, he was immediately restrained and chased out by two sturdy guards who were second-rate at the very least. When they heard that the three of them would be accompanied by Furong, all the men became envious. Even Jiao Fei, who had always been cold, became curious. The procuress chattered as she flirted with Gu Jian, shooting flirtatious glances at him. Jiao Fei would listen in at times and look at the men and women in the hall from time to time. He was overwhelmed. He had cultivated arduously in the sect for many years, so it was not easy for him to see a sight like this. However, Li Qingshan raised his head and looked up. The building was built like a patio, so it was difficult to see the very top with a single glance. There were murals of flying women. From the top to the bottom of the long corridor, the sounds of singing, dancing, and orchestral instruments could be heard everywhere. The lowest floor had the most customers, and they were all hugging the lowest and most coquettish women. There was a warm atmosphere, as if it was going to overturn the roof. In a daze, Li Qingshan seemed to see the women in the paintings move. Their eyes moved about, enchanting all living things, but at a closer glance, it turned back to a regular painting. Was it just a hallucination? The best room was the highest floor of the building. It was specially reserved for esteemed guests. The three chi practitioners of the Hawkwolf Guard were obviously esteemed guests. Under the procuress' lead, they climbed up the tall building and passed by room after room. With his extraordinary hearing, Li Qingshan could clearly hear the sounds of many men and women making love. It was enough to make him blush. As he sat down on the luxurious golden silk cushion, the sound of stringed instruments could be heard from behind the curtains. It was faintly captivating. Suddenly, a group of flower-like dancers came up to welcome him. They only had light muslin draped over their bodies, revealing their graceful curves and waving hips. Holy Church, tasting the fine wine in his cup and appreciating the singing and dancing in front of him, an extremely faint and exotic fragrance mingled with the many fragrances of cosmetics entered Li Qingshan's nose and mouth. His mind seemed to be even more intoxicated. He just wanted to immerse himself in the spring breeze and not care about the rise and fall of the world. And among the dancers, the figure of a woman was faintly discernible. Amidst the swift and messy dance, she was like the moon surrounded by stars, but she was only faintly discernible. Even if she occasionally appeared, it was a face covered by a veil. Who was she? Could it be Hibiscus? The sound of the wind instruments suddenly rose to the sky. The dancers suddenly dispersed, and the woman appeared in front of everyone. She was the only one left on the stage, dancing passionately alone. Li Qingshan and Jiao Fei watched with rapt attention, not even noticing Gu Jian's departure. Outside the corridor, Gu Jian was talking to the old procuress. "This is something arranged by our boss, Shua. You better not neglect it." The old procuress laughed. "How would I dare? Our brothel still wants to continue operating in Jiaping City. Bewitching fragrance, bewitching dance, and decadent sound. I'm using all three at once. I guarantee that those two brats will be bewitched." She glanced at Gu Jian's lower body. "Master Gu, didn't you also come out because you couldn't endure it? Do you want our hibiscus to—" Gu Jian said, "Shut up." His face was clearly a bit unnaturally red, and his emotions were a bit out of control. Clearly, those three things were not unaffected by him. But Zhuozhibois had specifically said that this woman was absolutely not to be touched. She had ruined more than one or two practitioners, and there were countless ordinary people of the Jianghu. What was even more frightening was that these people actually did not regret it in the end, and were still willing to give their everything to her. At this time, in the room, the veil fell to the ground, as if it was a small accident in the midst of an intense dance. Hibiscus stood there, not knowing what to do. The music stopped just in time. The two men were stunned at the same time. Li Qingshan once again felt a strong sense of awe, but he could not accurately describe the woman's appearance. It was as if there was a hazy layer of fog, and within it he could faintly see Xianyue, Gu Yenying, and even further back in the past to that ignorant first love of his previous life. The Templar's mind was bewitched, and his heart was intoxicated. Jiao Fei stared straight at Hibiscus and murmured, "Ah Ning." He completely ignored the wine in his hand, which had already spilled all over the floor. Many memories surfaced in his mind, the mixture of pain and sweetness that was engraved in his bones. He wanted to protect her. He wanted to own her. Hibiscus sneered and sighed. Doing something like this was basically a piece of cake for her. It was extremely easy. Her target this time was only a teenager, so it was even easier. She had already begun thinking about how she could use him to earn some pills. She had heard that the treatment of the Hawkwolf Guard was quite impressive, so she should be able to squeeze quite a lot out of him. However, he was only a first-layer Qi practitioner, so he probably would not be able to last for too long. The other one, on the other hand, might be able to allow her cultivation to break through again and reach the third layer. Thump, thump, thump. The jar on Li Qingshan's waist produced a few gentle sounds, rousing Li Qingshan. Little, and was extremely obedient. He had never been willing to make things difficult for Li Qingshan, so he had always been extremely quiet in the jar. This was the first time something like this had happened. Li Qingshan immediately sensed that something was wrong with him. He used the spirit turtle's method of Qi suppression, and the turtle's shell-shaped demon core in his body began to revolve. It shone brightly, suppressing everything. Whether it was his restless true Qi or his disorderly thoughts, they were all completely suppressed. His mind suddenly became clear, and spiritual energy gathered in his eyes. When he looked at the woman named Furong again, the layer of mist on her face immediately dispersed. That enchanting face suddenly became mediocre. It was not even as beautiful as the dancers beside her or the maids who served her. Even the expression on her face seemed to be extremely artificial. It was no longer as moving as it was a moment ago. This feeling was like when he saw some beauties on the internet after removing their makeup in his past life. It was a horrible sight to behold. However, it was much more ingenious. She could actually influence a person's senses, drawing out the most beautiful parts of a person's heart to move them. These people had not come to see this woman at all. They clearly wanted to see the woman in their hearts. This woman had shamelessly used the most beautiful parts of a person's heart. Was this the legendary arts of charm? Li Qingshan furrowed his eyebrows. He was not an idiot. He immediately understood the deep ill intentions behind this. Originally, he believed that with his strength, even if he could not move about freely in Jiaping City, there would be no opponent he could not deal with. As a result, he could enter the building fearlessly. He was confident that as long as he could control himself, no one would be able to harm him. However, the various tricks of the secular world were far more than he had imagined. It was said that various external demons would appear during the process of cultivation, messing with their minds and ruining their cultivation. Was this not what he was seeing right now? Then he looked at Jiao Fei beside him. He basically stared at Hibiscus like he was infatuated. Hibiscus looked at Li Qingshan in surprise. She had never thought someone could escape from her arts of charm. Under the intense gaze of those eyes, She could not help but take a step back. Smack! There was a loud slap. Gu Jian and the brothel keeper glanced at each other. When they hurried into the room, they saw Li Qingshan standing there, slapping Jiao Fei to the ground. There was a clear mark of 5 fingers on his face, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It was clear how vicious that slap had been. Jiao Fei wanted to fight back in rage, but a hand like an iron pincer gripped his neck. A terrifying killing intent restricted his movements. He felt that if he dared to move, his neck would be broken. "What are you doing?" Li Qingshan carried him in front of Hibiscus. "Look carefully." Jiao Fei had already subconsciously circulated his true qi. Anger and fear had broken his just now state, and Hibiscus, in her shock, seemed to have forgotten to use her charm arts. And then Jiao Fei, like Li Qingshan just now, saw that shocking change and was instantly stunned. That was not his Ning. Ning was no longer here. The brothel keeper cried out in shock. "WW, what are you doing?" Gu Jian said righteously, "Stop." Li Qingshan loosened his grip. His appearance earlier was just too ugly, so I couldn't help but hit him. Jiao Fei collapsed on the ground. After quite a while, he said, "Just now, thank you." As someone who came from a sect, he knew much more about charm arts than Li Qingshan. He knew what would happen if he fell for it. Once he was deeply intoxicated, even his parents and children would not be able to rouse him from his infatuation. Li Qingshan pointed at Hibiscus and said to the brothel keeper, "Make this ugly woman piss off, or I won't be able to hold myself back any longer." Hibiscus shrieked, "Just you?" She had already grown accustomed to using her charm arts to toy with men. Since when had she ever been treated like this? In particular, when he called her an ugly woman, it made her completely furious, but it only made her face twist and uglier. The brothel keeper said angrily, "Master Gu, isn't this newcomer of yours a little too unruly? How could a measly first layer chi practitioner be so rude to her? If it were not for his identity as a Hawkwolf guard, she would have attacked him a long time ago." Li Qingshan suddenly vanished from where he was and appeared before Hibiscus. He raised his right arm and swung it viciously. Within 10 steps, a person could rival a country. Li Qingshan used his tough body to carry out this sentence perfectly. Although Hibiscus was a second layer chi practitioner, she was not skilled in battle as she was skilled in the arts of charm and sexual intercourse. She did not seem to think Li Qingshan would do something as despicable as hitting a woman before so many people. "You fucking found a fake beauty to screw me over, and you're even saying I don't know the rules? You're in a bad mood, but I'm in a worse mood." The anger from having his feelings tricked and the embarrassment from almost falling for it all made his mood as horrible as it could get. His reaction was his arm turning into a blur as he forcefully lashed out with the crack of a whip. Hibiscus spun a few times on the spot like a spinning top. Half of her face swelled up and 2 teeth flew out. She collapsed on the ground, dazed. Chapter 122. Blood splattered across the building. As for the men, they all treated Furong as obediently as dogs. Never in their wildest dreams did they think she would take a slap from a man. The procuress struck out furiously. She filled her chubby hands with true qi and swung them towards Li Qingshan. Not only was Furong the courtesan of the brothel, but she was also her disciple. But to her surprise, Gu Jian blocked her way. The procuress forcefully pulled back her hands. "You, Gu Jian," said coldly, "are you going to attack the Hawkwolf guard?" As long as Li Qingshan was still a Hawkwolf guard, he could not just stand by and watch. This had to do with the dignity of the Hawkwolf guard. Most importantly, he doubted whether the procuress could defeat Li Qingshan with her strength. The brothel would give Zhuozhibua a large number of pills and various women every year for Zhuozhibua to enjoy. as an errand boy, he would receive a share of the profits as well. He obviously did not want to see the brothel suffer. The procuress took in a few ragged breaths and said, "All right." She pulled Furong, who was still in a daze, away. However, Li Qingshan sat back down. He said, "Hurry up. I'm still waiting for the next program. I don't think your brothel has anything like that, right? Brother Ge, I'm still waiting." All he heard was Furong's shrill howl from outside. She finally returned to her senses. "I'll kill him. I'll kill him." Gu Jian looked back, and his sunken face vanished. He smiled helplessly. "Qingshan, if you don't like her, then don't like her. Why must you hit her? Women skilled in arts of charm aren't common. Even if I try it once in a while, it won't affect me at all." He felt so wronged that even Jiao Fei doubted whether Gu Jian had done it on purpose. A whore. So what if I hit her? Li Qingshan leaned back against the soft cushion indifferently and raised his chin. A female attendant beside him plucked a grape in a hurry and carefully delivered it to his mouth. She was just like a scoundrel. This Western brothel actually dared to join hands with Zhuozhibua to harm him. He wanted to learn from Lu Tianyu. First, he wanted 10 caddies of lean meat, cut it into minced meat, without the least bit of fat on it. Then he wanted another 10 caddies of fatty meat, without the least bit of lean meat on it, also cut it into minced meat. Finally, he wanted another 10 caddies of inch of gold cartilage, also cut it into minced meat, without the least bit of fat on it. Holy Church, if the women who came later were skinny, he would ask for a voluptuous one and slap the old procuress's face. If she was fat, he would have chosen the slim one, and he would have slapped the old procuress's face. However, this did not seem to be Commander Lu, but some cross-talk joke segment. "I'll go take a look." When Gu Jian walked out of the door, anger surfaced on his face. He didn't expect that Lu Cheng's ultimate moves were actually unable to subdue a country bumpkin from the mountains. However, he couldn't turn hostile now. As long as Zhuozhibua didn't figure out the relationship between Li Qingshan and Gu Yenying, he wouldn't dare to turn hostile. And if Zhuozhibua didn't dare to turn hostile, he wouldn't dare to turn hostile. Most importantly, he was worried that even if he turned hostile, he might not be a match for this kid. The slap just now had shocked Gu Jian. Within 10 steps, if Li Qingshan suddenly attacked, it would be as fast as a tiger or a leopard. Even he dared not say whether or not he would be at a disadvantage. Was a physique practitioner really that strong? In less than a quarter of an hour, Gu Jian returned, followed by the old procuress. She had a smile on her face, as if nothing had happened. No one knew what Gu Jian had instructed, but he also brought along 7 or 8 young girls. No matter how thin or fat they were, they all had good looks. The oldest was no more than 16 or 17, and the youngest was only 14 or 15. "Little brother, it seems like you don't like mature girls. These are all newly trained girls, and I guarantee that they are absolutely clean. Why don't you pick a few back to be your maids to warm your feet? The price is negotiable." The old procuress pinched the cheeks of a young girl beside her and introduced them to Li Qingshan. Those girls all looked at Li Qingshan, their eyes filled with hope. To be able to be redeemed and taken away before they could even put up a sign to receive customers, that was their good fortune. Not to mention that this person was a tough young man and not a pot-bellied rich merchant or a skinny old man. Gu Jian said, "I think you should have 1 or 2 people to serve you on the mountain. Such a big bed. One person can't finish lying on it." Seeing that he couldn't complete Zhuozhibua's task, he thought of another plan. Seeing that this kid seemed to be a person who valued friendship, as long as he had a burden by his side, he could use it to threaten him in the future. Holy Church looking at these young girls who were like mules waiting to be picked, Li Qingshan suddenly felt a sense of desolation. Looking at the fat old procuress again, he felt even more disgusted. He really wanted to hack her with a knife, but he also knew that in this era, brothels were a legitimate business. Many women who had given birth to girls, but because they valued boys more than girls, were unwilling to raise them or could not afford to raise them, so they were sent to brothels as a way to survive. Li Qingshan asked, "Are all of you willing?" The young girls looked at each other, then finally lowered their heads and said yes. Li Qingshan's interest was gone. He stood up and said, "Let's call it a day. I want to go back to sleep." He walked out, and when he passed by a young girl, she stuffed a ball of paper into his hand. Qing Xiu gazed at the tall, broad figure eagerly. Ever since she was abducted here, so many years had passed. Originally, she had already despaired a long time ago, but Li Qingshan's slap had given her a sliver of hope once again, allowing her to do something bold and risky. He was different from other men. If it was him, he might report to the authorities and save her and her sisters. She heard that the district magistrate was a good official, and he would definitely help them. But she saw that Li Qingshan suddenly stood still, opened the ball of paper, and asked her, "Did you give this to me?" Everyone's eyes focused on Qing Yu, especially the brothel keeper's eyes. When she saw the words on the paper, there was a hint of killing intent in her eyes. Qing Xiu lowered her head. She felt like there was a dagger on her back. She thought of the tragic fate of her sisters who wanted to escape or betray the brothel, and despair appeared on her face. Her heart was filled with regret, and she kept blaming Li Qingshan in her heart. "Are you an idiot? Do you know how deep the water in the brothel is? This time, I'm dead because of you." Li Qingshan kept the ball of paper and patted Qing Yu's shoulder with a smile. "I asked you just now, why didn't you say it? You should have said it earlier. This daddy has sharpened my sword for 10 years, and I'm full of chivalry, waiting to meet with injustice." He felt that he was very kind, and Qing Xiu's face became paler. The brothel keeper could see that Li Qingshan was a troublemaker, and she pulled Qing Xiu behind her. "She has lost her mind. Don't take it to heart." Qing Xiu had always been obedient, and she never resisted when she was asked to do something. The brothel keeper thought that she had trained her well enough, so she let her out to meet the guests. She didn't expect that she would do such a thing at such a critical moment. When she returned, she would definitely beat her to death as a warning to others. Li Qingshan said, "Didn't you let me pick? I'll pick her." The brothel keeper said, "Why are you still not taking her away?" As she smiled at Li Qingshan, she said, "There are plenty of girls in our building. It really isn't appropriate for you to choose this crazy one." She was tangled up in a messy manner. Immediately, 2 strong and sturdy guards escorted Qing Xiu out. "Stop!" Li Qingshan wanted to chase after her, but the fat body of the brothel keeper blocked his way. He wanted to go around her, but Gu Jian pulled his hand. "Qingshan, where are you going? She's just a whore." That was what Li Qingshan had said earlier, but Li Qingshan immediately turned around and said, "You're the whore. Let go of me." His arm shook, but how could Gu Jian resist Li Qingshan's strength? He immediately let go, and his face changed. "What did you say?" He was a mighty Hawkwolf guard, yet he had been called a whore, so he could not help but lose his temper. He could no longer hold back. The 2 guards both possessed martial arts. They seemed to be walking normally, but they moved extremely quickly. They arrived outside in the blink of an eye, merging into the crowd. Li Qingshan ignored him. He took a step forward and directly collided with a ball of fat. The brothel keeper felt like a rampaging elephant had collided with her. She smashed through the window and the railings of the corridor behind her, flying into the courtyard and falling straight down to the 7th floor. She shrieked in the air, "Stop him!" With a clap of her hand and a surge of true qi, her plump body drifted away, landing in the corridor of the 3rd floor. Li Qingshan had already made his way out through the hole the brothel keeper had created. All he saw was a crowd of people moving about, but Qing Xiu was nowhere to be seen. However, he sniffed and caught a hint of her scent. Among his 6 senses, the one that surpassed ordinary people the most was his sense of smell. For ordinary qi practitioners, as long as they cultivated their zhenqi and opened up their acupoints, their sense of sight and hearing would become extremely sharp. They would be able to see flies flying within 100 zhang away and hear ants walking within 100 zhang. However, their sense of smell would not improve much. It would not even be as good as a stray dog on the street. This was the limitation of nature. However, Li Qingshan's sense of smell had already become even sharper than a dog's. He followed the trail left behind by the scent. "Where are you going, bro?" A few gorgeously dressed brothel girls with heavy makeup came out of nowhere and filled the corridor. One by one, they wrapped around him and hugged his hands and feet. Li Qingshan said, "Get lost." He did not have the slightest bit of tenderness for the fairer sex. With a burst of true qi, he sent the girls flying. Thud, 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 thud down to the 6th floor. A sturdy guard dressed in yellow rushed out of the room beside him as if he had heard the brothel keeper's call. He immediately saw Li Qingshan and stood in front of him. Judging by his aura, he seemed to be a first-rate expert in Jianghu. He had just thrown out a first-rate expert today, so his arrogance was at its peak when he saw Li Qingshan striding towards him. Although he could tell that he was a qi practitioner, he was only at the first layer of qi practitioner. He was confident that he could fight him and even win. He had never paid attention to those people who trained their qi directly because of their natural endowments. Thus, he used the voice he used to berate the brothel patrons and shouted, "Stop right there. It's fine if you're a weak woman. You're just being ordered around by others. But you're a good man, yet you're helping the wicked. You deserve to die." As Li Qingshan spoke, his feet did not stop moving. Unknowingly, the wind-entwining saber was already in his hand. The snow-white blade flashed. The guard in yellow was just about to attack when he felt a chill on his neck. Then he flew up. The world spun around him, and he saw his own body. The guards were just about to rush forward when they saw their leader's head being sent flying by the blood spurting out from his neck. Immediately, they felt as if their feet were nailed to the ground. They did not dare to take another step forward. Chapter 123. Splattering blood, middle. Li Qingshan lifted his leg and kicked the headless corpse downstairs. While the men and women downstairs were still in a daze from the madam's scream, a bloody corpse suddenly fell in front of them. After a moment of silence, someone screamed at the top of their lungs, "Murder!" The people downstairs immediately burst into an uproar. What a big wet dream, but it was shattered by the shock. Li Qingshan laughed out loud when he saw this. He turned around and saw Qing Xiu's emerald green gown. She had already been brought to the opposite 4th floor. Li Qingshan leaped into the air like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey or an eagle hunting for a rabbit. Just as Qing Xiu was at the edge of despair, a strong gust of wind blew against her face. When she looked again, Li Qingshan was already standing in front of her, sheathing his long sword. The 2 guards who were holding her hostage spat out blood and fell backwards. "You—" Qing Xiu stammered for a long time, but couldn't say anything. He actually dared to kill someone in the brothel. She had never seen such an audacious person in her life. This was completely different from what she had imagined at the beginning. Li Qingshan said, "If you have any grievances, feel free to tell me." The brothel was in a mess. Guards rushed out from all directions and corners. Qing Xiu hurriedly complained, I was captured by them. I didn't come willingly. If I didn't want to, I would be beaten and not given food. I would have to practice martial arts. If I didn't, I would still be beaten and not given food. Bitch, shut up. Amidst the roar, the madam directly smashed through the floorboards and came to the fourth floor. She met Li Qingshan's murderous gaze head-on. You came at the right time. Li Qingshan shouted. The wind-entwining saber formed a wind blade in the air and slashed at the madam's face. The madam had never seen such a fierce person. Without saying a word, he directly attacked. She often welcomed people in the brothel. She had forgotten when was the last time she'd personally attacked someone. She couldn't even use half of her vital energy. With a scream, she fell back to the third floor. Holy Church looking up. She saw Li Qingshan appear above the large hole, both hands gripping the blade, as he chopped down. She didn't even have the time to take out the talismans from her 100 treasures pouch to protect herself. Or perhaps she was scared silly. She instinctively rolled on the ground, rolling away like a ball. One was good at fighting, the other was not. One relied on his powerful physique to kill a level 2 Qi disciple head-on. One of them was focused on the Tao of dual cultivation and the art of the bedroom. Although she was in the third layer of the aura refining realm, her battle prowess was only at the second layer. Blood spurted out as the wind-entwining saber sliced off a large chunk of flesh from her buttocks. The procuress squealed like a pig being slaughtered. She lost all will to fight. Li Qingshan didn't wait to land on the ground. He stepped on the wall and used the momentum to fly out. He caught up with the procuress and stepped on her back. He smiled viciously and said, Old hag, let's see where you can run to. If the procuress dared to make even the slightest movement, she would feel that foot pressing down on her like an iron pole. All the bones in her body were about to be broken. A sharp blade was placed right next to her face, causing her to not dare to move at all. A sharp sword stabbed towards her from behind. Before the blade even reached her, it spat out a 3-feet-long green light. Hibiscus held the spirit sword with a vicious expression and stabbed it straight towards Li Qingshan's back. Good. Li Qingshan wasn't surprised, but happy instead. He slightly tilted his body and dodged the blade. Even the procuress, who was in the third layer of the aura refining realm, was no match for him, let alone Hibiscus, who was only in the second layer of the aura refining realm. His left hand formed a claw and grabbed Hibiscus's neck, pulling her in front of him. He stepped on one and grabbed the other in his hand, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Li Qingshan pointed the wind-entwining saber at the procuress. As a Qi practitioner, you are above tens of thousands of people. You live a luxurious life, yet you still want to do such a heartless thing. You really deserve to die. The procuress screamed in fear. Hero, spare me! I won't spare you. Li Qingshan was about to swing his saber down. Stop! 2 voices rang out at the same time. One was Cui Jian, but the other wasn't Jiao Fei. Instead, it was a middle-aged man wearing a sapphire blue gown. Like a withered leaf, he floated down to the 3rd floor. He was actually an expert in the 5th layer of the aura refining realm. He had a feminine face and said darkly, Customer, you seem to be very dissatisfied with our service. St. Hall. He was the real owner of this building, Zhao Liangqing. Normally, he only let the procuress greet guests outside while he hid behind the scenes, using the women as human cauldrons to cultivate. If Zhuo Zhibua wanted to take care of a newcomer, of course he would have to go through him to set up this trap. However, he didn't care too much. How could he have a good ending after being tricked by a vulture like Zhuo Zhibua? He thought that Hibiscus would also be easy to capture, but he didn't expect such a sudden change to occur. Li Qingshan predicted that if he didn't use his demonic energy, he would be able to defeat a 2nd layer of the aura refining realm. He also had a high chance of winning against a 3rd layer of the aura refining realm, but it was hard to say against a fourth layer of the aura refining realm. Against a fifth layer of the aura refining realm, there was absolutely no chance of winning. He called out, "Gu Jian, get our big brother Zhuo here. I've found a nest of bandits that force women into prostitution. Why would we, the mighty Hawkwolf Guard, fear a chicken head like you?" His shout was filled with true energy and shattered a few wine cups nearby. Many people's ears were ringing. "Big brother Zhuo?" Gu Jian staggered and almost lost his footing. He had personally witnessed Li Qingshan's arrogant attitude towards Zhuo Zhibua, yet he called him Big Brother Zhuo now. He was clearly using Zhuo Zhibua and the Hawkwolf Guard as a shield. Zhao Liangqing frowned heavily as well. Although Li Qingshan had demonstrated strength that surpassed regular Qi practitioners, he was confident he could kill him. However, he was afraid to take action. It was not only because of the two hostages beneath Li Qingshan's feet, but also because of his identity as a Hawkwolf Guard. People from the Hawkwolf Guard did not die. On the contrary, due to the various dangerous missions, the casualty rate was quite high. If they died during missions or assassinations, they would be unable to find the culprit, and the matter would be left unresolved. It would be treated as an unresolved case. However, if he killed a Hawkwolf Guard in public, that would be challenging the authority of the Hawkwolf Guard, and he would be hunted down by the entire world. Even Zhuo Zhibua would not spare him. Instead, he would come to kill him first and draw a clear line between them. If he were an independent cultivator, perhaps he would still be bold enough to kill someone out of anger, but he had a clan as great as Lu Chang, so he became even more cautious. Li Qingshan snickered. Just as he had expected, the wolf hide really did have some use. Only an idiot would be a hawk or a dog of the empire who did not know how to use his identity as a hawk or a dog of the empire. If Zhuo Zhibua wanted to be his big brother, then he would let him be. Zhao Liangqing said, "Please release the people from my sect. They're all criminals who have forced women into prostitution and harmed young girls. I can't let them go." "Oh, right, don't leave either. I represent the Hawkwolf Guard to open a case for investigation. You can remain silent, but everything you say will be used as evidence in court." Li Qingshan had no idea what to say either, so he just spouted some nonsense he had heard from his past life. He completely ignored Zhao Liangqing's powerful strength as a fifth-layer Qi practitioner. Zhao Liangqing paled in anger. "Forced women into prostitution? What evidence do you have?" Li Qingshan said, "I have witnesses and material evidence." Zhao Liangqing said sinisterly, "Where's your proof?" Li Qingshan's eyes suddenly narrowed. Two guards held the dejected Qing Xiu hostage. Zhao Liangqing pinched Qing Xiu's chin. "You really do have some beauty. No wonder he lost his temper over you. Can you release her now?" Qing Xiu's eyes brimmed with tears as she stared straight at Li Qingshan. "I'm done for now." Li Qingshan said, "That's one of the girls in your building. What has she got to do with me?" Zhao Liangqing said, "Oh, fair enough. There's no point in keeping a femme fatale like her." He placed his hand on Qing Xiu's shoulder, but before he could even exert any force, Qing Xiu let out a miserable shriek. However, it was immediately drowned out by an even more miserable shriek, frightening Qing Xiu so much that she shut her mouth. Li Qingshan raised his blade and chopped off the procuress arm. His eyes reddened as he said, "Why don't you try touching her again?" Heroes who would lay down their arms and surrender after being threatened by the enemy with a hostage were all idiots. Li Qingshan would never do something as stupid as that. If you're vicious, then I'll be even more vicious. Gu Jian finally gave up on dealing with this matter by himself. This bastard possessed a sense of viciousness and wildness that came from the mountains and forests. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Everything that had happened today was a counterattack against Zhuo Zhibua's trap, and the matter had completely slipped out of his control. He crushed a talisman in his hand. It was a talisman that the Hawkwolf Guard used to call for help to show that he was in danger. Zhao Liangqing glared at Li Qingshan. He had not done anything yet, but he was no longer bold enough to do anything. He could clearly tell from Li Qingshan's gaze that if he killed Qing Xiu, Li Qingshan would be bold enough to cut off 2 heads for him to see. That would be an almost irreparable loss to him. On one side was a measly Qing Chui, and on the other side were 2 of his important subordinates. He obviously had no idea which was more important. His eyes flickered, and he circulated his cultivation method. In everyone's eyes, the rather effeminate landlord Zhao had suddenly changed. He had become extremely terrifying, like a terrifying demon from the legends. His malevolent aura directly overwhelmed them, and the guards directly collapsed on the ground from fright. He was almost roaring, "I said release them!" In the sect, apart from using arts of charm to conjure statues of jade women to charm everyone, there were also other uses. It could also be used in the opposite manner, conjuring the image of a demon to frighten everyone. They were all techniques that could directly shake up a person's soul. With that, the noisy building immediately fell silent. Everyone felt a great fear descend upon them. They did not even dare to breathe loudly, let alone shout or run. Even Gu Jian was afraid to look at Zhao Liangqing's face. So just what kind of pressure did Li Qingshan, who was being stared at by him, endure? However, Li Qingshan only smiled gently. "I said release them." He was a demon in the first place, and his cultivation was even greater than Zhao Liangqing's. Charm was very effective against him, as his body was much tougher than ordinary people. He had to use the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression to suppress it. However, threatening him was just displaying one slight skill before an expert. He did not even need to use the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression. "You want to scare me? Do you believe I won't show my true form and scare you to death?" Seeing that intimidation was useless, all Zhao Liangqing could do was give up. He stared straight at Li Qingshan. If his gaze could be a sword, Li Qingshan would have been pierced already. "What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out." Li Qingshan gestured at the procuress below him with his blade. "What do you want?" Li Qingshan pointed at Qing Xiu. "Give me back my witness." Chapter 124. The procuress said, "Sir, save me." She really was a Qi practitioner, after all. She had not fainted from the pain. The Holy Church Furong saw this bloody sight. When she heard that she was next, she cried out, "Save me!" Before she could even finish, her neck was tightened. "Stop! Let go of Miss Furong." The building fell into an uproar again. It was not just the ground floor. Even the railings upstairs were filled with people. They all discussed among themselves as they watched this rare show. Isn't the Hawkwolf Guard the building's backer? Why are they against each other today? There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. The building ran amok in Jiaping City. If it were not for the protection of the Hawkwolf Guard, it would have closed down a long time ago. There were plenty of discerning people in the world. That kid hit Furong. What? He's actually willing to do it. Many people ground their teeth in anger. Many of them treated Furong as the goddess of their dreams. Even if they could not obtain her, they could not allow others to harass her like this. Look, that's Furong. That kid is currently gripping her neck. It led to a wave of public anger. In their eyes, Furong was frowning in pain. Her beautiful face was filled with sorrow, which was enough to shatter their hearts. It also made many of them ache. Ning. Even though Jiao Fei had just woken up from Li Qingshan's beating and seen Furong's true appearance, he was still dazed. He suddenly bit the tip of his tongue and woke up. Furong's call for help made many people who knew martial arts want to take action. Even those who did not know martial arts cursed and yelled at her, both upstairs and downstairs. There was a tidal wave of condemnation directed at Li Qingshan. Let go of Miss Furong. If you don't, I'll make you die a horrible death. Humph, a bunch of idiots. Li Qingshan snorted coldly. His voice was not loud, but it easily drowned out the tidal wave of condemnation, making everyone's heads ring. He only looked at Zhao Liangqing. Are you going to let go, or not? The blade in his hand had already been placed against the procurist's neck. The holy church Zhao Liangqing's hands trembled as he let go of Qing Xiu. Qing Xiu rubbed her shoulders and jogged over to Li Qingshan's side, carefully avoiding the large pool of blood on the ground. Looking at the madam's pitiful state, even though he knew of her many evil deeds and that she had personally caused the death of a sister, he still felt sorry for her. When he looked at Li Qingshan again, he didn't have the slightest of such emotions. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Since he wanted to be a hero, of course, he had to have a stronger will than ordinary people. Punishing evil was the most enjoyable thing in the world. Li Qingshan, what are you doing? Shuo Zhibua rushed in furiously. Beside him were 5 or 6 Black Wolf guards, including Qian Rongji. When they saw the situation in the building, they were all surprised. Shuo Zhibua believed that the perfection of his scheme was that even if Li Qingshan didn't take the bait, he couldn't be blamed. I asked someone to take you to a brothel out of goodwill. Can you say that I'm not good? Even if he really did have a relationship with Gu Yenying, he couldn't tell her that he had been tricked while visiting a brothel. If Li Qingshan fell for it, only death would await him. But if he did not fall for it, all he could do was suffer in silence. It was flawless. It was perfect. In reality, if it were not for the small accident that was Qing Xiu, Li Qingshan would have been forced to endure it for now apart from slapping Furong. He could only wait for his revenge in the future. However, now that he had made a name for himself, he wanted to cause a great disturbance. He wanted to show Zhuo Zhibua that if you dare to set up a trap, I'll make a mess. Zhao Liangqing said, Commander Zhuo, is this how your Hawkwolf Guard does things? If you don't pay when you visit prostitutes, then so be it, but you're even causing trouble. Is that so? You've gone too far. This building is doing its job. What are you trying to do? Release Miss Furong. If even a hair on Miss Furong is harmed, I'll cut you to pieces. Don't pay when you visit prostitutes. What a huge pile of shit. If Li Qingshan became known as such, he would no longer be able to make a living in Jiaping City anymore. Shuo Zhibua also said sternly, Qingshan, is that so? It was as if he was not the one who had asked Gu Jian to bring Li Qingshan here. No, it's them. Qing Xiu tried to explain loudly from behind Li Qingshan, but her words were drowned out by the clamor. Li Qingshan did not waste his breath. With a spurt, he plunged his blade into the procurer's heart before pulling it out again. There was not a single trace of blood on it. The Holy Church, if you curse at me, I'll hit the procuress. If you hit me, I'll hit the procuress back. If you falsely accuse me, I'll kill the procuress. You... Zhao Liangqing was enraged. Li Qingshan leisurely placed his blade on Furong's neck and muttered to himself, One dead, but there's still one left. He kicked the procuress' enormous body down the stairs. Kill one first. In the entire building, who didn't recognize the procuress? Who didn't know of this fat woman's slyness and ruthlessness? She had run this building in Jiaping City for many years. She had single-handedly handled all the welcoming and sending off of customers. She could be considered a celebrity. Now, she had been killed with a single blade and turned into a corpse. The scene was silent. Everyone wanted to ask, who was this youth? Why was he so fierce? Shuo Zhibua also did not expect that Li Qingshan would dare to commit murder in front of him. His heart was filled with rage. Qian Rongji suddenly felt a wave of fear. This youth who killed while talking was not like the men she had met in her life. He was definitely not easy to deal with. When Li Qingshan lifted Furong up, Zhao Liangqing finally lost his composure and shouted, "You dare?" She was his money tree, the foundation of the entire building. If the procuress died, he could find another one, but if she died, the entire building would collapse. Li Qingshan said to Zhuo Zhibua, "Commander Zhuo, this building hides evil and forces women into prostitution. The young girl beside me is a witness. Please punish her impartially." Zhao Liangqing also looked over, as if to say, "I've given you so many pills every year." Zhuo Zhibua felt like he was in a terrible fix. Of everyone present, he was the one who was the most cautious. He still wanted to use the power in his hands to enjoy the rest of his life, so he did not dare to take the risk to kill Li Qingshan. But if he agreed with Li Qingshan's opinion, it would be like slapping his own face and cutting off his own source of income. Li Qingshan had seen through his mentality, so he had viciously defeated him. It had to be mentioned that the reason why he was bold enough to make such a bold gamble under the threat of two powerful Qi practitioners was directly related to his own strength. Even in the worst-case scenario, he could use his hidden strength to escape. By releasing a little bit of his Yao Qi, he could easily escape from this place. But it was clear that his worries were unnecessary. Zhuo Zhibua said sincerely, "Qingshan, you are too impulsive. Investigating and deciding cases is the district magistrate's job, not mine." Zhao Liangqing looked at Zhuo Zhibua in disbelief. "So many of my people died because of you, and you say I am too impulsive." However, Zhuo Zhibua immediately glared back at him, reminding Zhao Liangqing of the difference in strength between them, as well as who had the final say in Jiaping City. He could only grit his teeth and swallow it. "Zhuo Zhibua, this district magistrate is here. What case do you have? Speak." At this time, Zhou Wenbin stepped into the building wearing a red official robe embroidered with a python. Lord Zhou is here." There was a series of rustling of clothes. In the building, whether it was the commoners downstairs or the esteemed guests upstairs, they all knelt before this man. Their eyes were not just filled with fear towards authority. Instead, they were filled with fervent respect. They knelt willingly and sincerely. Only now did Li Qingshan realize that Zhou Wenbin was actually so popular in Jiaping City. Only now did he realize whether the little Qing Chuan had given him the slip of paper for him to seek help from Zhou Wenbin. Zhou Wenbin was all alone, yet he received more respect than Zhuo Zhibua and the entire Hawkwolf Guard combined. He said politely, "Everyone, please rise." Zhou Wenbin glanced at Zhuo Zhibua before glancing at Li Qingshan. Something so major had happened in the building, yet he had learnt as soon as it happened. Not only did he know about it, but he even understood the whole story. He had even guessed Zhuo Zhibua's scheme. He glanced at Li Qingshan and thought, this kid really is a genius at making trouble. He's trying to catch a big fish with a small fish. He's actually managed to make Zhuo Zhibua unable to back down. Zhuo Zhibua said coldly, "Sir Zhou sure has come at the right time." Zhou Wenbin smiled. You flatter me, you flatter me." With a wave of his hand, he drifted up and arrived before Li Qingshan. He asked despite already knowing the answer, "Qingshan, what are you doing?" "She has grievances. Originally, I wanted to take her to the government office to see you, sir, but I never thought there would be despicable people standing in my way. I thought about how my great Hawkwolf Guard is upright, punishing evil and purging evil in an awe-inspiring manner, pleading for the people. So why would I be afraid of these despicable people? As a result, I accidentally killed a few of them. Please investigate this properly, sir." Li Qingshan pulled Qing Xiu out from behind him and passed the slip of paper in his hand to Zhou Wenbin. The idioms made Zhuo Zibua's eyebrows twitch as he cursed inside. He was tempted to cut down Li Qingshan in a single stroke. My name is Qing Xiu. I'm from Gully. 7 years ago, I was playing by the river and was captured here. Qing Xiu bowed gracefully. Her speech had already become much more organized. Clearly, she had thought about it countless times already. Zhao Liangqing said, Sir, you're being wrongly accused. We originally bought this girl for 20 taels of silver. There's proof. She only wanted to escape, which was why she came up with a lie like this to fool you, sir. Qing Xiu defended herself. No, I'm not. You're the one who's lying. Zhou Wenbin raised his hand to settle their dispute. I will definitely investigate this case thoroughly. I won't wrongly accuse a good person, nor will I spare a bad person. With an order, over 20 government servants swarmed in. Although they were not Qi practitioners, they all possessed great martial arts. Under Qing Xiu's guidance, they went to rescue her and the other girls, but when they returned a while later, they had found nothing. Clearly, they had been moved away a long time ago. Please investigate this properly, sir. Zhao Liangqing instead made the turtle servant produce a piece of paper. It clearly stated that Qing Xiu had been sold to the brothel for 20 taels of silver. Qing Xiu immediately became so frantic that she began to cry. Sir, I'm not lying. Zhou Wenbin said gently, Don't worry. I'll send people to Gully to investigate. He understood very well that it was impossible for a place that hid evil like this to be clean. It was obvious who was telling the truth. Chapter 125. Over the years, Zhou Wenbin had invested several million taels of silver in Jiaping City. Jiaping City only had its current prosperity because of the light taxes. As a county magistrate, not only was he not greedy for money, nor did he accept bribes, but he also raised money himself to invest in the local government. He managed Jiaping City so well that there wasn't even a beggar on the streets. It was precisely because of this that the moment he arrived at the building, he had such an authoritative aura. Of course, he didn't do this just because he had been taught by the sages to be a good official who made decisions for the people. Instead, he had his own considerations as a Qi warrior. But under such governance, very few families were willing to sell their daughters into this pit of fire. For a brothel, if there was no fresh and sufficient supply, it was only natural that they would think of all sorts of ways and unscrupulous means. Because of Lu's relationship with Zhuo Zibua, as well as his family background, he had never really paid much attention to Zhuo Zibua, the district magistrate. He would only give him a perfunctory greeting during the festive season. Zhuo Zibua did have some scruples and did not want to stir up trouble, so he had always ignored this extremely popular Lu. But now that someone was the vanguard, of course, he had to seize the opportunity to do something beneficial to himself and force Lu Cheng. Of course, he could only force Lu Cheng a little. It was impossible to destroy Lu Cheng in one fell swoop. Li Qingshan furrowed his brows. He had already expected this. If the building could be destroyed so easily, it wouldn't have lasted until now. Even if he went to the fish ditch to investigate, it would be in vain. In short, saving one person was one person, killing one thief was another thief. He didn't want to flatten the building in one fell swoop. For such an evil force, even if he couldn't destroy it in a short time, he had to strike it hard. Now, the strike was not enough. Zhao Liangqing's face revealed a sinister and proud smile. Lord Zhou, since there's nothing else, please punish Li Qingshan for killing the innocent. Also, release my brothel's top courtesan, Furong. His last sentence caused the entire building to roar in response. Li Qingshan said, This is a matter of my Hawkwolf Guard, so it's not up to an outsider like you to butt in. Those guards obstructed the Hawkwolf Guard from carrying out their duties, so their deaths are not to be regretted. That old hag even directly attacked me. Many people witnessed it. Big Brother, Shua personally taught me what to do at a time like this. The Great Wall. Shua squeezed out from between his teeth. Brothel Lord Zhao, Shua Jibwa Cheng. He had to endure it until he completely understood Li Qingshan's background. It was possible to imagine what kind of eruption he would have once he learned that Li Qingshan and Gu Yenying did not even have a close relationship at all. Would Li Qingshan waste this beautiful period of time? Of course, it was to disgust you once and take advantage of you first. Lu Li said, 7,000 jibwa Li Cheng. I Li Cheng jibwa. I Cheng and Zhao Yin Qin Zhang Zhou Cheng. Smiley face Liang jibwa Li Zhou Lu Zhou Cheng Zhang Zhou Yin Lu Yin Zhou Yin Li Zhou Yi Yin Zhou and I Feng Chen Yin. He coughed twice and suppressed his smile. What do you want to sue me for? Li Qingshan raised the hibiscus in his hand. I will also sue you for selling fake and shoddy goods, deceiving consumers and the common people. You have deeply hurt my feelings. Zhao Liangqing resisted the urge to curse out loud. Li Qingshan released some true qi from his palm, and hibiscus immediately fainted and lost consciousness. Naturally, she could no longer use her seductive techniques. Even ordinary people would be able to see her true appearance. Li Qingshan lifted her up high. Everyone, please take a look. This is the true appearance of the top courtesan, hibiscus. Ask your conscience and see if I was right. Almost everyone rubbed their eyes at the same time and were stunned. The dream was shattered. Is this really hibiscus? Then who was the woman in his dream? Then why did he not hesitate to go bankrupt just to see her? They asked their conscience and realized that they were really idiots. Tachytera vomit. Many people vomited. The strong psychological contrast made them feel more disgusted than if they had eaten 100 flies. Filthy vomit flowed freely in the golden building, as if this was its true appearance. There were also people who couldn't believe it, or who had been deeply poisoned by the seductive techniques. They knelt on the ground and cried bitterly, shouting, "This is impossible. This is not hibiscus. It's all fake. It's all a conspiracy." Zhao Liangqing was furious. He took a step forward and pressed down with his true qi, causing the floor to collapse. However, two more powerful auras instantly locked onto him. One was Zhuo Jibua, and the other was Zhou Wenbin. Both were experts in the 6th layer of qi refining, who had opened their sea of qi. Regardless of the reason or goal, they couldn't just watch as Zhao Liangqing attacked Li Qingshan. The two of them were the symbols of the rules of Jiaping City, the representatives of the court's authority. This kind of rule and authority could not be violated or broken. Li Qingshan seemed arrogant and despotic, but he had always been reasonable when he did things. Li Qingshan didn't even look at Zhao Liangqing. He only said loudly, "I spent an astronomical amount of silver just to see this thing. Don't you think I'm wronged?" He then casually tossed hibiscus to Zhao Liangqing. "Don't ask me for it. I don't want this thing, even if you give it to me." Hibiscus slowly changed her form. Seeing that everyone's gazes on her had changed, she instinctively used her seductive techniques. However, she had just suffered a huge mental blow. Unless one's willpower was especially weak, it was very difficult to be seduced. She shouted hysterically, "What's wrong with you? Don't you like me? I'm hibiscus." She was restrained by Zhao Qingliang. He ordered his subordinates, "Send her to her room." Of course, as time passed, the memories in many people's hearts would gradually become blurry. Perhaps her seduction technique would regain the upper hand, but who knew how long it would take? This kind of technique that could affect one's soul did not only work on the caster, but also on the environment. Not only did it have to be influenced by sounds and smells, but it also had to be complemented by word of mouth. When everyone thought that you were a peerless beauty, you would be a peerless beauty. Otherwise, it would be twice the effort for half the result. Li Qingshan's actions were equivalent to ruining the courtesan Queen Hibiscus's and the many years of hard work of the brothel. No wonder Zhao Liangqing had lost his composure. Zhou Wenbin smiled slightly and stroked his long beard. This matter is one person's will and one person's will. It's not easy for this official to decide. If he agreed to Li Qingshan's words, then half of the men in Jiaping City would have grievances to complain about. Afterwards, he said to Qing Xiu, "Miss, please come with me to the government office first. There'll be an outcome tomorrow." A runner had already gone to Fish or Gully overnight to investigate. Although he probably wouldn't come up with anything, he still had to try. In the end, he said to Li Qingshan, "You're involved in this case as well, so you'll need to pay a visit to the government office tomorrow." Clearly, he had something to tell him, but it was inconvenient to say it in front of everyone, so he reminded him again. Li Qingshan said, "I've woken up." Qing Xiu bowed and thanked him, but Li Qingshan said, "There's no need to thank me. If you want to thank me, I should be thanking you instead." He made Qing Xiu keep her eyes open. She had no idea what he was trying to say, but it was fantastic to be able to break free from the sea of suffering. "Sir, Zhou really is like the rumors. He's a good official. I'll definitely expose Lu Cheng and save my sisters who have suffered." Zhou Wenbin left with the runners, and Qing Xiu, while Zhui Zhibua left with the Hawkwolf guards too. Li Qingshan followed obediently at the very back. He did not forget to say, "Thank you for standing up for me, Commander Zhua." The guests all dispersed as well. Many of them were dejected or resentful, swearing they would never come again. However, this was just how the world worked. Some people were unhappy, while others were happy. Many of the resentful women of Jiaping City discovered to their joy that their men had actually returned. They were no longer trapped in the brothel. They thanked Li Qingshan profusely, thanking him for wrecking the brothel. The men also discovered that compared to Furong, their wives and concubines were all first-rate beauties. As a result, there was no need to say too much when a husband and wife were in harmony. Li Qingshan was in quite a good mood as well. As a result, Zhao Liangqing looked at the cold, cheerless brothel and roared inside, "I'll definitely make you die a horrible death." What a coincidence! Li Qingshan was thinking the same thing. He had witnessed injustice this time, so if he did not punish the culprit, it would never be over. "You bear a grudge against me, but I haven't forgotten about you either." However, it was inconvenient for him to revert to his demon form to kill Zhao Liangqing. They had just fallen out with each other, so if he died the next day, it would probably raise suspicion. He wanted to save this precious opportunity for Zhui Zhibua. Trump cards were things that could only be used in the dark. He did not want to use them so easily unless he had no other choice. Right now, strengthening his strength in the open was more important. Even if he came across fourth-layer Qi practitioners right now, he could put up a fight. He believed that as long as he broke through to the second layer, he could put up a fight openly. Along the way, Zhui Zhibua and the Black Wolf Guard said nothing at all. Their gazes towards Li Qingshan became more and more hostile. Li Qingshan was happy to have some peace and quiet. He directly returned to the small building and said to Little, "And it's all thanks to your warning today, or I would have fallen for their tricks. How did you know I was bewitched?" Little and used the tip of his finger to right under Li Qingshan's hand. As it turned out, he had used his fiery eyes to see through the thin jar and see hibiscus. The so-called path of white bone and great beauty had always been about breaking through all barriers, making the heart as pure as a sarira, unhindered by lust, let alone a trifling art of charm. Even the most brilliant illusions could not escape his eyes. The path of white bone and great beauty completely surpassed this cultivation method. It even surpassed most cultivation methods in this world. The remaining few cultivation methods could not be mentioned on the same level as it either. At most, they were not that far off. Li Qingshan spent the entire afternoon in the collection. Not only did he read through the martial arts manuals, but he also gained a rough understanding of the cultivation methods of this world. There was no need for him to go to the second floor for these informative books. There were plenty on the first floor. Chapter 126. First of all, cultivation methods were not divided into detailed grades like spiritual artifacts or talismans. However, their grades were much clearer than spiritual artifacts or talismans. The level one could cultivate to would determine the level of the cultivation method. Vows, for example, the innate method of practicing qi that Li Qingshan was currently cultivating would only make him a third-layer qi practitioner, even at the 9th layer. This meant that this cultivation method was not very advanced. It was basically the weakest entry-level cultivation method in the world of cultivation. After that, he would have to find a new cultivation method to cultivate. There were many more advanced cultivation methods that could help qi practitioners reach the 9th layer of qi practitioner, or even overcome the first heavenly tribulation and reach the legendary foundation establishment realm. As for whether there were more advanced cultivation methods, the book he read was very vague. It only said that there must be, but it could not explain why. Clearly, the author's knowledge was limited. However, there was indeed such a cultivation method. The path of white bone and great beauty was such a cultivation method. Oxen had told Li Qingshan from the very beginning what it would be like when cultivated to the highest level. Bodhisattva, the so-called bodhisattva, was to develop a bodhi heart and make 4 vows. The vow to release the boundless sentient beings, the vow to sever the boundless afflictions, the vow to learn from the boundless Buddhists, the vow to become a bodhisattva. This was what the Buddhist scriptures said. When little and was on the ship, he had written it word by word on Li Qingshan's palm. The path of white bone and great beauty also had 4 vows. The vow to kill the boundless sentient beings, the vow to sever the boundless Buddhists, the vow to destroy the boundless Buddhists, the vow to sever the boundless Buddhists. When little and wrote these 2 diametrically opposed vows on Li Qingshan's palm, he was expressionless. Of course, this was just nonsense, but Li Qingshan could sense that he was particularly serious. It had to be mentioned that Li Qingshan did not really understand these 2 great aspirations. Of course, he refused to admit that he was illiterate either. He just felt like the Buddhist great figure must have suffered a very great shock, which was why he had undergone such a great change in his ideology. After some thought, Li Qingshan came up with a more direct explanation, which was that it was very awesome. As for how awesome it was, he did not know. Perhaps no one in this world knew. Even in this world where there were all kinds of great cultivators who could move mountains and fill seas, the Bodhisattva still sat quietly on the lotus throne, looking down at the common people with benevolent or indifferent eyes. Takidar cultivators only dared to call themselves cultivators. They did not dare to call themselves immortals or Buddhas. Those were things that did not exist in this world. Perhaps they could only be seen in the 9 heavens mentioned by Oxen. In Li Qingshan's mind, those were even more powerful cultivators, so powerful that he could not even look up to them. The conclusion was very simple. It was self-evident what kind of divine ability it was that could allow one to cultivate to become a bodhisattva. If this matter were to be leaked out, it would not be as simple as just slaying the demon and eliminating the devil. Instead, It would cause a raging wave in the 9 prefectures. Little N, who cultivated a high-level divine ability like the path of white bone and great beauty, could be said to have an overwhelming advantage over cultivators of the same level who cultivated low-level cultivation methods. Meanwhile, Little N had only cultivated for a few months. He could be said to have just grasped the basics. He had not even mastered the first layer. As his cultivation deepened, this advantage would gradually expand until it was completely manifested. These were all things that Li Qingshan was thinking about. Usually, at times like this, Little N would just silently look at the side of his face and feel satisfied. He did not think too much. He just wanted to stay by his side. He searched for flesh so that he could stay by his side more openly. He wanted to become stronger, so that he could be of help to him and not be a burden to him. With his extraordinary intelligence, he could understand the great terror contained within the path of white bone and great beauty even better than Li Qingshan. He could feel how great the despair the mighty figure of Buddhism had experienced to create such a magical power. He threw himself into the Avicii hell without hesitation, built a lotus throne with white bones, and used flesh and blood as food. He felt ecstasy from despair, and used his position to enter the pure land of ultimate bliss. However, for the sake of this goal, he would not hesitate even if he had to kill all living beings, sever all worries, destroy Buddhism, and end Buddhism. Li Qingshan took out a brightly colored 100 treasures pouch from his bosom and smiled. Take a look at what this is. If one were to ask where this 100 treasures pouch had come from, it would obviously be from the procuress. How could one forget to loot after killing someone? Being chivalrous and robbing the rich to help the poor were inextricably linked. He had robbed the procuress of her wealth and helped his own poverty. It was a pity that Furong had not brought 100 treasures pouch, or else he would have had another 100 treasures pouch. However, one could not be too greedy. How about it? You kept your word. The blood flames in Little N's eyes flickered happily. Li Qingshan said, "Let's see what we've gained this time." He channeled his spiritual qi into the 100 treasures pouch, and a new space opened before his eyes. However, it was about the same size as the one he had on him. However, there were quite a few items inside. Miscellaneous items like rouge, cosmetics, clothes, and handkerchiefs were all swept past by him. The only things that entered his eyes were pills, talismans, spiritual artifacts, cultivation methods, and other items that were directly related to cultivation. However, there were no talismans or spiritual artifacts in the 100 treasures pouch. Clearly, after being the procuress for so many years, she had long since stopped participating in battles, which was why she had not prepared anything. There were a few bottles of pills, but 2 of them were aphrodisiacs called pills of passion. Li Qingshan only needed to take a whiff to feel a ball of fire rise up in his abdomen. He had no idea what kind of medicine was used to refine it, but it actually had such a powerful effect on qi practitioners. The other 2 bottles were the exact opposite. They were called pills of calming. He sniffed them gently, and his mind cleared up, but the fire in his abdomen refused to subside. His lust really was like fire, but his mind was as still as water. There was a cultivation method called the minor formula. Li Qingshan browsed through it. Upon mastering it, he could reach the 6th layer of qi practitioner and split open his sea of qi. It was much more powerful than the innate method of practicing qi, but unfortunately, it was a dual cultivation method. It required a man and a woman to cultivate together, using the other person as a cauldron. This was where the pills of passion and pills of calming were used. Once the cauldron ingested the pills of passion, they would be able to absorb yin and yang qi without restraint, while the person ingested the pills of calming would balance their yin and yang, allowing them to practice the minor formula. It was no wonder that the sect opened brothels on a large scale. That way, they could find cauldrons legitimately. Earning money was secondary, while practicing qi was primary. Otherwise, they would have been destroyed by the Hawkwolf Guard a long time ago for engaging in such a troublesome cultivation method. It was obviously impossible for Li Qingshan to practice such a troublesome cultivation method. Although the innate method of practicing qi was of a low level, it was easy to practice. It was a wondrous method for establishing a foundation. Unless they were truly talented prodigies, basically all cultivators would start with this cultivation method. Casting all of these aside, he finally found 2 bottles of qi gathering pills. As it seemed, qi practitioners of all sects and clans would not lack basic pills like this. Although there were at least a dozen or so, it was enough to console himself. As a result, the number of qi gathering pills on him reached over 70. He could be regarded as a small, wealthy man. The other items that caught Li Qingshan's attention slightly were a pile of inconspicuous accounts. He was utterly confused by them, so he decided to pass them to Zhou Wenbin tomorrow. Next was money. A lot of money. Li Qingshan had never seen so much money in his life. There were several 100,000 taels of silver in total. Although they were all worth 1,000 taels of silver notes, they still formed a thick stack. Although Lu Cheng prioritized earning money, when he did earn money, it was like robbing money. There was no place safer than his own 100 treasures pouch, so it ended up benefiting Li Qingshan in the end. If it were the past Li Qingshan, he would definitely go mad with joy when he received so much silver. How much meat and ginseng could he buy with that? Now, he lived a luxurious life, and his pills completely surpassed the ginseng, so he instead had nothing to spend money on. However, if he really wanted to practice the minor cultivation method, several 100,000 taels of silver should be enough to buy quite a few girls. He fantasized about it for a while before stowing the silver and qi-gathering pills into his 100 treasures pouch. He passed the brightly colored 100 treasures pouch to Little, and "You've got your word. This is yours." Little and placed the wooden tablet into the new 100 treasures pouch, and returned the old one to Li Qingshan. He played with the items inside one by one, overjoyed. Only now did he seem like a child. Li Qingshan looked at him and smiled slightly. He felt his taut nerves gradually relax, and he felt a trace of peace at home. No matter what, he was not alone. A qi-gathering pill was tossed up high and landed in Li Qingshan's mouth. Li Qingshan began to meditate and cultivate again. At this moment, Zhuo Zhibua was in a rage. "Fuck Li Qingshan! How dare you play me like this?" Gu Jian and Qian Rongji were as silent as cicadas in winter, not daring to reply. "Commander, why don't we go all the way?" A black wolf guard made a gesture of killing, and the black wolf guards beside him all revealed vicious expressions. They were Zhuo Zhibua's trusted subordinates, so they obviously had to share their master's burden right now. In their eyes, no matter how powerful Li Qingshan was as a body practitioner, only death awaited him if he was encircled by 5/3 or 4th layer qi practitioners. If I could kill him, I would have killed him myself a long time ago. Zhuo Zhibua suppressed his anger. "I've already sent people to investigate him in the Clear River Prefecture. There'll be results before long. We'll talk about it then. For now, none of you should come into contact with him. Gujian, don't go see him again, either. I'll send someone else. Rongji, you're all new. You'll spend a lot of time together, so you need to investigate him more." Gu Jian let out a sigh of relief, while Qian Rongji's expression changed slightly. She was a vicious person, but she had been frightened by Li Qingshan's viciousness tonight. Gu Jian then said in worry, "If they really do fight, Zhou Wenbin seems to value this kid very much, and the vice commander, Zhuo Zhibua, said, if they really do fight, no one in Jiaping City will be able to protect him." Li Qingshan had no idea about these schemes in the shadows. Even if he knew, he would not have cared. He currently ate qi gathering pills like candy, strengthening himself. As long as his fist was tough enough, he could fuck Zhao Liangqing first, and then fuck Zhuo Zhibua. Chapter 127. Once the qi gathering pills entered his body, half of the effects were directly converted into demon qi by the demon core, while the remaining half was purified by the Sumru ring. In the end, he only had 1/10 of it left. That was equivalent to him eating 10 pills before someone else ate one, which was why he could consume them in such large quantities. If regular qi practitioners were willing, they could eat a pill every 3 days, or even a pill every day, but the effects would be greatly wasted. They would not be able to convert it into true qi, and it would instead be harmful if it remained in their bodies. Li Qingshan was not afraid of wasting it, nor was he afraid of harming it. He only suddenly wondered if he had been too stingy with his demon core. In the beginning, it was because practicing qi was too difficult, which was why he suppressed his demon core, so that he could practice qi faster. However, since he had so many qi gathering pills now, was it possible for him to change his mindset? His foundation was still the path of demons and demons, the 3 abilities oxen had left him. After learning that the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers was not the true strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, he automatically separated the ox demon's fist of great strength from the tiger demon's fist of bone forging. This was the path that oxen had paved for him, the path that led beyond the 9 heavens. If he only focused on practicing qi, he would be neglecting the essentials. Had he not chosen to return to the human world in the first place for the resources that the wilderness lacked? Now, the resources were in his hands. It was these qi gathering pills. It was time for him to return to his original path. He thought this through and shuddered inside. That very night, he rose up with little and leapt through the treetops like a great bird. They traveled far away from the Hawkwolf Garden a while, and arrived on the other side of the mountain. He could not see Jiaping City from here. Below him was a cliff several hundred meters tall, and below him was the surging waters of the clear river. When he first arrived in Jiaping City, he had seen this cliff blocking the water. The water here was particularly turbulent. Over the years, it had carved out a deep cave at the bottom of the cliff. It was perfect for cultivation. Li Qingshan leapt off the cliff and into the clear river, kicking up a wave several meters tall. The black water surged over from all directions, swallowing his body. There was a small splash next to the holy hall, and also jumped down. He swam in the water for a while, and sure enough, he found an extremely deep underwater cave. It was pitch black, as if a giant beast had opened its mouth. He was not afraid, but rather happy. He dove deep into the cave until he reached the bottom. He took a deep breath, released his demonic energy, and revealed his true form. A pair of eyes that were as red as fire, skin that was as black as iron, and fangs that were as sharp as knives appeared one by one in the deep water. In a sense, this was the real Li Qingshan. His 22 feet tall figure forcefully pushed away the river water, but did not stir up any undercurrents. The water was manipulated to revolve around him, giving him a viscous texture. The deep water could isolate the demonic aura very well. He just controlled the water and tried to do a better job. Little N, on the other hand, stood guard at the side, making it safer for Li Qingshan to cultivate. Although the demonic aura had the absolute upper hand, the extremely pure true qi was like a clear stream at the bottom of the raging yellow river. Although it was small and weak, it was continuous and would not be assimilated by the demonic aura. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and the water split into 2. He took out all the qi gathering pills, and after some thought, he decided to keep 10 for his daily cultivation. Then he threw the remaining 60 or so qi gathering pills into the ferocious mouth filled with sharp teeth, and swallowed them in one gulp. He was not cultivating the innate method of training of Qi, but the ox demon's fist of great strength. In the pitch-black depths, his scarlet hair danced wildly. He stomped his hooves, pointed his horns, and moved his skin. Every movement was extremely practiced. This was the mystical power that had opened his path of cultivation. Everything was so familiar to him. When the Qi condensation pills entered his body, it was like dozens of lightning bolts exploding in the water. The demonic Qi, which was like a raging yellow river, began to circulate at a speed 10 times faster than before. It roared and roared, as if it wanted to rip his body to shreds. Although Qi-gathering pills were the most gentle and suitable pills, the consequences of ingesting so many in one go would be devastating to regular Qi practitioners. However, right now he was not a Qi practitioner, but a demon that had condensed a demon core. The sacred hall, suppress. Li Qingshan bellowed out. It was like thunder underwater. The demon core pressed down. The figure of a spirit turtle could vaguely be seen in the surroundings of the demon core. It raised its head and let out a soundless roar. Its 4 huge, pillar-like legs stepped into the raging demon Qi. The demon Qi that had almost gone out of control immediately calmed down. The demon Qi became tamed, flowing under Li Qingshan's control, merging with every part of his body. The medicinal effects were converted into demon Qi by the spirit turtle's method of Qi suppression, and they were converted into great power by the ox demon's fist of great strength. He was delighted. That's right. This is where my roots lie. He did not stop moving. Strange sounds like steel being pulled rang out from his body. His muscles that were like pieces of metal seemed to be filled with air. They swelled and twisted, producing a series of tiny hissing sounds. His body was growing larger bit by bit. 23 feet, 24 feet, 25 feet. In an instant, his body grew by 3 feet. Powerful strength surged within his body. He casually punched out, squeezing the water like a cannonball. In the mud at the bottom of the lake, a large pit with a radius of several feet was blasted open. Although he had yet to reach the second layer of the ox demon's fist of great strength and reach the strength of 2 oxen, his strength had increased significantly. Clearly, the ox demon's fist of great strength lived up to its name. The strength of 2 oxen was not the strength of 2 regular oxen, but the strength of 2 demonic oxen. As his body changed, his mind silently changed as well. He lost the caution of a human and gained the violent confidence of a demon. With such strength, who could he not kill? Even if he faced Zhuozhibua, he could defeat him, so why would he fear a mere Zhao Liangqing? He might as well take advantage of the night to rush back to the tower and crush him to death before collecting some pills for cultivation. Li Qingshan used the spirit turtle's method of Qi suppression and turned back into human form. His violence calmed down, but the thought lingered in his head. He seriously considered the pros and cons. His greatest worry was exposing his demon form. However, he understood the huge difference between the 6th and 5th layers. His demon form was equivalent to a 6th or even 7th layer Qi practitioner at the very least. As long as he grasped the opportunity, he might be able to kill him in a single strike. He would not raise anyone's attention at all. As long as he did it cleanly enough, he might be able to make people think that this person had gone missing and fled. Although it would be hard to avoid suspicion afterwards, he was only a 1st layer Qi practitioner on the surface. Who would think he could kill a 5th layer Qi practitioner? The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was worth the gamble. If he kept his trump card hidden and did not use it, it would be a waste. However, as long as he killed everyone who had seen his trump card would still be his trump card. Li Qingshan told Little and his thoughts. Little and obviously did not object. Afterwards, the two of them began discussing how to assassinate a fifth-layer Qi practitioner, Zhao Liangqing, in the deep waters. It was both for the sake of eliminating an enemy and for the sake of obtaining even more resources so that he could reach the second layer of the ox demon's fist of great strength sooner. Li Qingshan swam out of the cavern and followed the flow of the clear river. He arrived in Jiaping City and silently climbed ashore in a secluded area. He did not get wet at all as he quickly entered a pitch-black alleyway. He moved through the maze-like alleyways. The 7-story building in the distance provided him with the most obvious guide. The moon was bright tonight, but he only walked in the shadows and darkness. All of the aura on his body had been withdrawn, whether it was demon Qi or true Qi. He was like a tiger walking in the forest, his footsteps light and silent. When he swept past a man who was walking, the man did not even notice his existence. He only felt a gust of night wind blow past him. In this stuffy summer night, it brought with it a trace of coldness. The coldness seeped into his bones, and the man shivered. He could not tell that it was the smell of killing intent. Li Qingshan stood still in the alley behind the building. Outside the 20-foot-high wall was the backyard of the building. Guards patrolled the inside and outside of the wall. It did not look like a brothel, but more like a fortress. This was naturally not a problem for Li Qingshan. He no longer cared about the so-called martial arts masters. He flipped over the high wall and first hid in a small garden with lush vegetation. He raised his head slightly and slowly inhaled a large amount of air through his nose, gathering information about the various smells in the air. He did not have a deep memory of the smell of Zhao Liangqing, but he had a deep impression of the smell of top courtesan hibiscus. It was a special aphrodisiac. In order to strengthen his sense of smell, he released wisps of demon Qi. A black color quickly covered his whole body. His hair became long and red, and 2 bulges appeared on his forehead. His body also grew by 1 foot, turning him into a strong man like a black iron tower. However, before there was a bigger change, he found what he was looking for. He was not in a hurry to return to his human form, but sneaked into the building. The quiet business of the building tonight had brought him a lot of convenience. But he soon discovered that the smell of hibiscus did not come from above, but from below. He sneaked into the cellar and saw hundreds of jars of wine on display, but he did not see hibiscus. The smell was still below, and there was a deep underground palace below the building. No wonder he did not find those kidnapped girls when he searched today. Following the trail of the smell, he came in front of a wall where the smell stopped. Li Qingshan put his ear to the wall, and, as expected, he heard very soft human voices. The underground palace was below, but he could not find a way to open the door. He was worried that if he barged in, he would beat the grass and the golden snake and leave too many traces. In the end, it was Little and who looked carefully and found a jar of wine that was firmly embedded in the ground. It was the mechanism to open the door. But Li Qingshan already understood that this was probably not just a matter of looking carefully, but also a certain understanding of the structure of the building to be able to grasp the key points. He turned the wine jar, and a door opened in the wall. As soon as the two entered, the wall closed behind them again. In front of them was a deep staircase that extended downwards. Li Qingshan walked down without hesitation. Moans rose and fell, and the two bodies collided fiercely. Zhao Liangqing said fiercely, "I must kill him." Hibiscus responded randomly. The two did not use the calming pill to dual cultivate, but used this most primitive method to release the pressure in their hearts. Chapter 128. Ferrand was shocked. "You're going to?" Zhao Liangqing said, "I'm going to use them. From today onwards, these people can't appear again." Use. Extremely cruel words, as if he was treating them like objects, but the reality was even more cruel. Not only did he treat them as objects, but he also treated them as consumables. Isn't it forbidden to use this method according to the sect rules? Hibiscus's body trembled. She knew that he was going to use a vicious technique from the sect to completely absorb the vital yin qi of those young girls. This was a method of killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. It was already a thoroughly evil path, so it was strictly forbidden by the sect. If it wasn't discovered, then they would become the public enemy of the world, and the only road left for them was death. Dual cultivation sect had been an orthodox Taoist sect since ancient times. Minor secrets was not an evil method. However, cultivating this method required more willpower than other methods. Otherwise, the mind would be invaded by desires and often sink into the demonic path, turning it into a demonic method. Zhao Liangqing said, "If we don't use this method, how can we break through quickly? If you don't say, and I don't say, who will know? Don't you hate that kid? When I open my girth meridian and break through to the 6th level of qi training, I will be able to use a flying sword to kill him and avenge you." At the mention of Li Qingshan, Furong immediately made up her mind. She didn't even put on her clothes and walked out the door. Zhao Liangqing just laid on the bed and closed his eyes to rest. Just as Hibiscus walked out of the door, a large hand with sharp claws grabbed her throat. With a crisp sound, she fell to the ground. The blood flame of corpse incineration quietly spread. In just an instant, it had completely engulfed her, turning her into a pile of white bones. Furong's breath disappeared. Zhao Liangqing suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Who is it?" His voice echoed in the underground palace. Zhao Liangqing was extremely vigilant, but he saw Li Qingshan push the door open and enter with a relaxed smile on his young face. "It's me." He had completely returned to his human form. His breath was also at the first level of qi training, just like when he was at Havoc Pavilion tonight. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Zhao Liangqing looked at Li Qingshan with red eyes and growled, "You killed her?" "Yes, I killed her. I'm sorry to disturb you. I'll be leaving first. St. Hall." Li Qingshan finished speaking, and then actually retreated from the room. "Still want to escape?" Zhao Liangqing jumped up from his bed and rushed towards the door. He didn't even bother to grab the 100 treasures pouch next to him. Right now, his hatred for Li Qingshan had reached its peak. He just wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. How could a mere first-layer qi be a match for a fifth-layer qi practitioner like him? Even if he was empty-handed, he could still easily kill him. There was a path to heaven, but you didn't take it. There was no door to hell, but you barged in. Zhao Liangqing had just rushed out of the door when he suddenly turned his head. He saw a skull made of blood flames biting at him from the left. There was no burning sensation, but he could instinctively feel how terrifying the blood flames were. The surging true qi set off a gust of wind in the dark hallway. Zhao Liangqing raised his right palm and formed a giant true qi palm. He smashed the flaming skull into pieces with one palm. Just as he was about to rush forward to attack, he suddenly stood still as if he had been nailed to the ground. It was 10 times more terrifying than facing the flaming skull. Murderous and demonic qi surged from behind him like a huge wave. He felt that if he moved, he would be devoured and torn to shreds by the monster lurking under the huge wave. His back was drenched in cold sweat. At this moment, he clearly saw the origin of the blood flames. A small skeleton stood in front of him. The blood flames in its eye sockets rose, but it didn't seem to have any intention of attacking. Instead, it looked behind him. What was behind him? He was gripped by an unprecedented fear, but he roared in his heart. He was unwilling to give up. He was a chi practitioner with a bright future ahead of him. As long as he broke through to the 6th layer, there would be a very good position waiting for him in the sect. He regretted not taking his 100 treasures pouch with him. Instead, he had to face this kind of terror with his body. He slowly turned his head and saw the true face of the monster. The narrow hallway couldn't contain the enormous body that seemed to be forged from black iron. He could only crouch there, crouch in the darkness, darker than the darkness. Long, scarlet hair draped over his shoulders. It was like a burning flame, but also like a flowing waterfall of blood. A pair of copper bell-like crimson eyes stunned him, rendering him unable to move. I'm dead. For the first time in his life, this thought surfaced clearly in Zhao Liangqing's mind. However, his survival instincts spurred him to fight back. He turned around at the fastest speed he had in his life, using every bit of true qi in his body to fight back against this terrifying monster. Holy Hall! He didn't really want to fight to the death with the monster. Instead, he planned to use his true qi and use the rebound force to escape to the other end of the hallway. Although the little skeleton was strange, he was confident that he could deal with it. The monster's body was so huge that it would be difficult for it to move around in the hallway. He could escape from the other side of the hallway. There was still a chance. There was still hope. Zhao Liangqing's movements came to an abrupt halt. Blood and shattered organs sprayed out of his mouth. He looked down in disbelief. A giant claw had grabbed him, and with a terrifying speed that he couldn't react to, it slowly lifted him up in front of its eyes. It was like a cat that had just learned how to hunt and was studying the first mouse it had caught. The pain almost caused Zhao Liangqing's thoughts to stop. How did this happen to him? Hadn't he chased after a qi practitioner who was only at the first level of qi refining? How had he run into a monster like this? His heart skipped a beat, and he said with difficulty, You're Li Qingshan? That's me. The voice was like the ringing of metal, but also like the bubbling of lava under a volcano that was about to erupt. It spoke the truth, a truth that Zhao Liangqing couldn't believe. Li Qingshan was indeed shocked. He was too weak. Zhao Liangqing was simply too weak. The powerful pressure he felt when facing Zhao Liangqing in his human form had disappeared without a trace. Now, he only needed to use a bit of force to crush this 5th-level qi practitioner like a bug. So it turns out that I've always been lacking in confidence in myself. Li Qingshan sighed emotionally. Spare me, Zhao Liangqing said with difficulty. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. In your dreams. Li Qingshan exerted force in his hand. With a bang, his palm exploded into a bloody mist. His flesh was crushed into a pulp. The blood flame of corpse incineration surged up and transformed every drop of blood into a part of the flames. It perfectly cleaned up the murder scene that Li Qingshan had turned into a mess. Li Qingshan returned to his human form and stood up to stretch his muscles. He muttered to himself, "To think that I took you seriously. So you're nothing more than this." Little and pointed his fingers like a sword. The scattered bones on the ground suddenly trembled and flew into his 100 treasures pouch, completing the destruction of the corpses. As if he had walked into his own home, Li Qingshan walked into the luxurious bedroom in the underground palace, or rather, the training room. He picked up the 200 treasures pouches from the bedside and stuffed them into his clothes. Then he raised his head to study the dozen or so large erotic paintings on the wall. Finally, he commented, "The paintings are really ugly." Little and also put away Zhao Liangqing and Furong's scattered clothes. After a moment of hesitation, he did not tidy up the bed. Instead, he carefully cleaned up the many small traces to make the scene look more like the two of them had fled to avoid punishment and not been killed. Li Qingshan could not do this kind of thing, After confirming that there was nothing else worth admiring, he asked, "Are you done?" Little and nodded. The two of them returned the way they came and quietly left the building. By the time they returned to the mountain, it was just past the fourth watch period. Li Qingshan did not light any lamps. Instead, he used the moonlight shining through the window screens to examine his gains from this trip. 1,200,000 taels of silver and a pile of gold and silver utensils were Furong's many years of collection, as well as the income that Zhao Liangqing had accumulated after so many years of managing the building. None of the talismans were inferior. They were all low-grade at the very least, and there were even 2 mid-grade talismans. More than 50 qi gathering pills instantly replenished the qi gathering pills that Li Qingshan had used up. A few pebbles the size of pebbles contained pure spirit energy. They must be the legendary spirit stones. However, this was not the greatest gain from this trip. The greatest gain was a small, crystalline sword that he had taken from Zhao Liangqing's 100 treasures pouch. The sword was less than a foot long and did not have a hilt. Its entire body was crystalline and shone brilliantly. It was clearly made of metal, but it seemed to have the texture of jade. Li Qingshan held the small sword in his hand and examined it closely. It felt light as a feather, but there was an extremely powerful spirit energy circulating within it. It was even more powerful than the wind-entwining blade at his waist. It was a mid-grade spirit weapon. However, it did not even have a hilt. How was he supposed to use it? Li Qingshan suddenly thought of the soaring dragon elder and Wang Pushi's pitch-black iron ruler. Could it be that this sword was also used to control it? Not understanding, he could only put it away for now. Li Qingshan's heart was greatly at ease. As expected, money came quickly from the evil path. The human world was truly a good place. If he stayed in the mountains and forests, where would he get so many pills to eat? His cultivation speed would definitely be much slower. Although the cultivation of fiendish demons could be measured in hundreds of years, he believed that as long as he continued like this, he could greatly reduce the time. Tonight's battle had increased his confidence. No matter how strong Zhuo Zhibua, a 6th-layer qi practitioner who had opened his sea of qi, was, he still had the confidence to fight him. Zhuo Zhibua, oh Zhuo Zhibua, just what kind of good stuff would you have in your 100 treasures pouch? Li Qingshan licked his lips as he speculated maliciously. Truly, a man harms a tiger, and a tiger harms a man. A very, very long time ago, a young man emerged from the depths of the mountains. A hawk soared in the sky, and a wolf ran before him. They were the young man's pets and playmates. They hunted prey for him and dispelled his loneliness. They accompanied him through many difficult times. When the young man accepted the will of the heavens and picked up a treasured sword, the hawk and wolf turned into demons and fought with him across the 9 provinces. They helped him defeat countless powerful enemies and overcome many disasters. This continued until the young man swept through the 9 provinces and established himself as the true son of the dragon. He had countless famous ministers and valiant generals under his command. He had a harem of 3,000, and he was extremely wealthy. However, no one of his kind could surpass his trust towards his 2 most loyal friends. He conferred them the title of king, bestowing them with authority that reigned supreme over millions. When Long Yu passed away, he ordered them to protect this empire. This was the origin of the Hawkwolf Guard. Oh, right. This empire is called Great Xia. P.S. I like the name Great Xia. It's the beginning of 5,000 years of civilization. Its founder, Yu the Great, is a figure of myth, while the people after him can only behave themselves. They can't be like their predecessors, who mend the heavens and create humans, and have a concubine of 3,000 women before passing away. The name Great Xia itself is like the dividing line between myth and history. It's both the beginning and the end. Even more wondrously, its existence has been questioned. This sort of ambiguity, whether it exists or doesn't, the beginning and the end, is where this novel, as well as me, resides. Chapter 129. The daughter of the hawk god. When the morning of the second day arrived, a dense layer of fog floated between the mountains. Opening the window and looking down, Jiaping City was submerged in a sea of fog. Only a few tall buildings like the tower were visible. They were like isolated islands in the sea, bobbing up and down in the sea of fog. No one truly realized what had happened last night apart from Li Qingshan. He lowered his head and looked at his right hand. It was a hand covered in calluses and thick knuckles. The marks of many years of toil had not simply vanished with cultivation. It was exactly this hand that had crushed an opponent to death last night. The feeling of being crushed remained clearly in his palm, engraved in his memory. If he were a regular person, he would probably sigh over the blood on his hand and lament over it. However, he found it to be very wondrous and quick. It was not just his demonic nature that made his heart cruel. He could shed tears for little, and he could cry for Xianyue, but a piece of trash like Zhao Liangqing was not even worth a sigh from him. You could choose not to accept the dark side of your heart and pretend you were still a regular human, or you could accept it calmly and find a few more pieces of trash like that so that you could properly enjoy the pleasure of crushing them to death. Between the two options, Li Qingshan chose the latter without the slightest hesitation. To quote what he had said in the beginning, why did he have to suppress his interest? Weren't there a lot of people in the world worth killing? On the first day of joining the Hawkwolf Guard, the newcomers were usually given time to rest and familiarize themselves with the environment. Today, the true training of the Hawkwolf Guard would begin under the guidance of a senior. Originally, this person was Gu Jian, but the person who came was the brandy nose who had made a bet with Li Qingshan. He patted Li Qingshan's shoulder and smiled. "Kid, you really were impressive last night. Even I wouldn't be bold enough to do that." Just from that, Li Qingshan knew he was probably not Zhuo Zhibu's trusted aide. Speaking of which, even if Li Qingshan wanted to accept a trusted aide, he would never accept someone so unscrupulous. Jiao Fei and Qian Rongji sat beside Li Qingshan. They each had their own thoughts, so they said nothing. Brandy Nose cleared his throat and began the first lesson of the Hawkwolf Guard, the history of the Hawkwolf Guard. Li Qingshan listened attentively. For the first time, he knew exactly where he was. He was shocked by the magnificent story in the thick history. He murmured, "The Great Xia dynasty? What would a dynasty established by a cultivator look like?" What was even more shocking was that the commander of one of the most powerful organizations in the human dynasty was actually a demon. This was simply too inconceivable. But he could understand Emperor Taizu's feelings. His wife would fight for his favor, his children would fight for the throne, and even loyal ministers and generals would clash with him for their own ideals. The human heart was too complicated, and only their loyalty would never change. Although Li Qingshan was unwilling to admit that little and was his pet, it was difficult to find a more accurate way to address him. The reason why he could trust him so much was because of his pure thoughts and unreserved reliance on him. Brandy Nose was like the most outstanding storyteller. Spittle flew everywhere as he talked about this period of history in a grand manner. But when he reached there, he suddenly stopped and looked at Li Qingshan with a smile. "When you mention the head commander of our Hawkwolf Guard, Sir Protector Hawk God, you have to mention his daughter." Li Qingshan, who was in thought with his head lowered, suddenly raised his head. All he heard was the name. That Brandy Nose said slowly, "Gu Yanning." Li Qingshan closed his eyes slowly as if he had sunk into his thoughts once more. The graceful figure in snow-white clothes appeared in his head again. When Yen Song mentioned Gu Yenying, he had mentioned that she had an impressive background, but Li Qingshan had never thought it would actually reach such a level. Brandy Nose continued, "Of course, you can't tell anyone else about this. This might be an open secret within the Hawkwolf Guard, but it's also a taboo. The White Wolf Commander has specially written that if anyone dares to gossip about this, I'll watch them chew their tongues to pieces. Don't think that's just a saying. You can treat this as the #1 rule of the Hawkwolf Guard of the Rui Commandery. You can just ignore it. It's not like you'll ever have the chance to get involved with such an important figure in your lives anyway." Reaching there, he glanced at Li Qingshan again. Li Qingshan did not respond. After his slight shock, he recovered his composure. The goal that oxen had given him was far too lofty. His gaze had never stopped at this world right from the beginning. When your ultimate goal was to fly into the sky, even if someone told you just how tall Mount Everest was and how difficult it was to climb, you could agree, but you would not feel too pressured. As a matter of fact, you might even find this goal to be much simpler. As for whether he could get involved with them or not, that would be up to fate. However, if he could, he would. He was not afraid of others calling him lustful, as he admitted that he was lustful. He also liked fine alcohol, delicious food, and he liked crushing his enemies to death. He even had good pills and spiritual artifacts. Passing through the bustling streets, Li Qingshan arrived before the government. There was a pair of large stone lions at the entrance. In Li Qingshan's opinion, they were not just there to frighten ordinary people or to demonstrate their might. The spiritual qi they gave off told him that if anyone intruded, the pair of stone lions would immediately spring to life and rip the enemy to shreds with their claws and teeth. Compared to them, the two guards were more like decorations. Seeing Li Qingshan in the black wolf uniform, no one dared to stop him. After he introduced himself, the runners immediately led him in. The government was bustling with all kinds of people, led by the runners, hurrying to and fro. It seemed that they all had their own business to attend to, not just to complain. Zhou Wenbin received Li Qingshan in the garden behind the government office. In the bright sunshine, Zhou Wenbin, dressed in a green robe, sat cross-legged on a futon, enjoying the scenery under a big willow tree by the pond. He did not look like a county magistrate, but more like a hermit living in the forest. He was extremely leisurely, which was a far cry from the busy government office. Li Qingshan cupped his hands and said, "Your Excellency, you are so carefree." Zhou Wenbin waved his hand, and another futon fell in front of him, along with a few exquisite tea sets. Li Qingshan sat down casually. He saw Zhou Wenbin wave his hand, and the steam rising from the pond seemed to condense in his palm, turning into water that flowed into the teapot. Then hot steam came out, and the fragrance of tea spread out, filling 2 teacups. "Just now," Zhou Wenbin said leisurely, "we cultivators should not be entangled with too many mundane affairs." Li Qingshan asked curiously, "Then why do you still want to be the county magistrate, Your Excellency? Why don't you find a beautiful place to cultivate?" "This is something you don't know. This is a method of the Confucian sect. It gathers the wishes of all living beings, and it can also be used for cultivation. That's why I am the county magistrate of Jiaping City," Zhou Wenbin explained slowly. Only then did Li Qingshan learn that there was actually a method like this, and it was an extremely efficient method of cultivation. It did not require too much effort. Zhou Wenbin had a group of secretaries and aides under his command to help him deal with various administrative matters. Normally, all he had to do was stay in the backyard, sipping tea and admiring the flowers. There really were countless paths of cultivation. Li Qingshan returned to the main topic. "May I ask why you've summoned me here. Sir, Zhou Wenbin said, do you know that you don't have long to live? Li Qingshan said, I really don't know about that. Zhou Wenbin said, you've deeply offended Zhuozhibua. He's a coward, which is why he chose to endure it. Don't we both know you extremely well? You don't have any decent backing. Old Wang of the Clear River Prefecture should dislike you very much. Zhuozhibua will realize this sooner or later. Li Qingshan's expression did not change. Then what do you want, sir? Don't tell me you want me to join you instead. Sir? Zhou Wenbin said, I'd like to have a subordinate like you. I've heard about what you've done in Qingyang district, but you've directly made me a district lieutenant, and I've even wasted a portion of grain. Only then did Li Qingshan remember the prefect's brother-in-law, Yi Dachuan. Calculating the time, they should be arriving today. However, since you've joined the Hawkwolf Guard, you can't just leave as you please. Li Qingshan said, then all I can do is run. Zhou Wenbin shook his head. The crime of betraying the Hawkwolf Guard is even greater. It's enough to issue a warrant for your arrest. The world is so vast, so where can you run to? You really can run to the depths of the mountains or forests and coexist with those demons. Li Qingshan thought about it. That was not a difficult matter, Zhou Wenbin said. If you want to avoid Zhuojibua's schemes right now, there's only one place you can go. Li Qingshan asked, Where? The 100 schools of thought. Where are the 100 schools of thought? Obviously, in the Clear River Prefecture. What kind of place are the 100 schools of thought? It's a place for ordinary people to cultivate, as well as the foundation of the great Xia Empire. As the district magistrate, apart from watching over the region, I also have the responsibility of selecting talents for the empire. I can recommend talented Qi practitioners to study in the 100 schools of thought. Even the duties of the Hawkwolf Guard can be temporarily set aside, so there's obviously no need for me to worry about Zhuozhibua. I'll be honest with you. I come from the 100 schools of thought. Going there will be much more beneficial to your cultivation than being a Hawkwolf Guard. Li Qingshan said, May I ask why you're so fond of me, sir? Zhou Wenbin said, Your talent is mediocre, but I like your personality very much. I can't bear to see you destroyed in the hands of a crafty old man. There will be a day when you return to the Hawkwolf Guard. I don't mind if you come to Jiaping City. We can continue working together. If there were people who disliked your personality, there would obviously be people who liked your personality. When you received ill will, you received goodwill. It was very fair. After a moment of thought, Li Qingshan replied, Thank you for your kind intentions, sir. There will definitely be a day when I go there and take a look, but not now. I still have some matters to attend to in Jiaping City. He guessed that the 100 schools of thought should be a place similar to a school for Qi practitioners. They raised geniuses for the great Xia Empire and could suppress the geniuses of sects and cultivators. However, since it was a school, there would definitely be tuition fees, and there would definitely be many inconveniences for him to do things. At the very least, he would not be able to go on a killing spree in the name of justice. Right now, he needed flesh and blood to help little and refine his body, and he needed to obtain even more Qi gathering pills from these missions for cultivation. These two matters complemented each other, so they were extremely suitable for Jiaping City. Most importantly, he was not afraid of Zhuozhibua, not at all. Zhou Wenbin frowned. Looks like you don't understand the strength of 6th layer Qi practitioners. P.S. It's Monday. I strongly summon everyone's recommendation tickets. Recommendation tickets are free. Chapter 130. Li Qingshan, of course, understood the power of a 6th layer Qi practitioner. Opening the Sea of Qi was on par with condensing a Yao core. He knew very well how much his strength had increased after condensing a Yao core. It was a qualitative change, but when it came to information about the enemy, it was never too much to know. He also wanted to know how humans were able to fight against the demons. A fifth-layer Qi practitioner like Zhao Liangqing was simply not enough, so he humbly asked, "Please enlighten me, sir." Zhou Wenbin said, "The strength of humans isn't in their bodies. Otherwise, whether it's their qi or their physique, they won't be able to fight against normal demons. You know this, right?" Li Qingshan nodded. "The strength of humans is in their use of tools." He deeply remembered what his teacher said in politics class in his previous life. The biggest difference between humans and animals is the invention and use of tools. Even in this world of cultivation, this hasn't changed. Zhou Wenbin's eyes lit up. "Well said, but do you feel the importance of tools now? For example, the wind-entwining blade on your waist. Do you feel how much it has increased your strength?" Li Qingshan subconsciously touched the wind-entwining blade, then slowly shook his head. Although the wind-entwining blade was a good weapon, it wasn't indispensable to him, and it didn't increase his strength in any way. Zhou Wenbin said, "Because you haven't truly learned how to use tools. This blade, to you, is just the claws of a beast. You're only using your instincts. Those people of the Jianghu who wield blades and swords are actually just slightly stronger beasts." Li Qingshan leaned forward, picked up the teapot, and filled Zhou Wenbin a cup of tea. "May I ask what is considered a true use of tools?" "Like this." A bright light flashed in Zhou Wenbin's eyes. From his wide sleeves, a sword light that was as powerful as a dragon flew out. It moved around him at lightning speed, sometimes low, sometimes flying high, drawing a continuous arc of light. Under the afternoon sun, the blade reflected a bright light that flickered beside the two of them. The sword light soared into the sky, shuttling through the green willow trees. The willow leaves fell like rain, but before the rain could fall, the sword light flashed and nailed hundreds of willow leaves to the tree trunks. Zhou Wenbin pointed his finger, and the sword light moved again. It streaked across the calm surface of the pond like an extremely sharp pair of scissors cutting the surface of the water. Then, it suddenly disappeared from the surface of the water. The next moment, it passed through the duckweed on the shore and returned to Zhou Wenbin's sleeve. Li Qingshan was dazzled by the sight. If he did not transform into his fiendish demon form, there was no way he could block such a sword. He had once witnessed the terror of a flying sword assassination in the Dragon's Gate sect's ancestral hall. However, that flying sword had no one controlling it. It only knew how to fly in a straight line, so he did not have a deep enough understanding of the terror of flying swords. Only now did he understand that when he encountered a true flying sword, he had no chance of clashing head-on with it. This was because without the restraint of a human body, the nimbleness of a flying sword had surpassed the profound swordsmanship of any supreme swordsman. It was possible to imagine that if a flying sword like that stabbed towards him, if he could not hit the lightning-fast flying sword in a single strike, it would be like a snake wriggling into his heart. He would not even be able to reach the enemy. He would not even have the chance to risk his life against the enemy, unless you could withstand the sharpness of the flying sword or be faster than the speed of the flying sword, but not many people could do that. This was the true use of tools, and it was what humans relied on to suppress the magical beasts. He had basically seen this method of using tools in the hands of the soaring dragon elder of the Sword Collection Palace. Zhou Wenbin's sword obviously paled in comparison to the soaring dragon elder's sword. However, due to the great difference in strength, the sword was like rain, and the sword chi was like a rainbow capable of splitting mountains and splitting the earth. His mind was filled with the terrifying, undefeatable power, so he failed to understand the ingenuity and terror of flying swords. He was not as shocked and surprised as he was right now. The reason why he was even more shocked was that he could also use tools like this. The sacred Haljo, Wenbin said. Using tools is a rather common way of saying it. More accurately, it's called controlling artifacts. Swords are relatively common spiritual artifacts. There are thousands of spiritual artifacts in the world. They can be used to kill enemies, to defend against enemies, or to enchant minds. In short, there are thousands of ways to use them. As long as you have enough true qi, you won't have to worry about your limbs being restrained anymore. You can use many spiritual artifacts at the same time, and killing people will be as easy as pie. All of this requires you to open your 4 yin and yang meridians and balance them. Then you can open your girdle meridian and open up a sea of yin and yang in your body. There's even a saying that only qi practitioners who have opened up a sea of qi are truly qi practitioners and have embarked on the path of cultivation. Anyway, it's extremely easy for a 6th layer qi practitioner to kill a 5th layer qi practitioner. In other words, a measly 1st layer qi practitioner, like you can forget about it. Even if you're skilled in body tempering, you definitely won't be Zhuo Zhibu's opponent. Li Qingshan was completely convinced. I see. Thank you for your advice, sir. However, the reason why I chose to stay wasn't because I don't know my limits. The two of them looked at each other in silence. One was determined, the other was suspicious. Zhou Wenbin said, "Since you insist, I won't say any more. If you need any help, you can find me at the Yamen. However, you're still Zhuo Zhibu's subordinate, and I can't fall out with Zhuo Zhibu because of you. You have to take care of yourself." Li Qingshan smiled. Of course. Li Qingshan's relaxed attitude made Zhou Wenbin wonder if he was mistaken. Could it be that this kid really has a powerful background? Right now, there's one thing I'd like to ask for your help with. Where can I learn the art of controlling spiritual artifacts? After seeing Zhou Wenbin's display, Li Qingshan's heart was moved. He suddenly remembered the hiltless sword he found in Zhao Liangqing's 100 treasures pouch last night. It seemed like Zhao Liangqing had prepared it for the 6th layer. Now that it was in his hands, of course he would make full use of it. Zhou Wenbin looked at him deeply. Do you really think the 6th layer is that easy to break through? Li Qingshan said, I'll try my best. His eyes were filled with great confidence. At the very least, from the perspective of a demon, he had already reached that level. Zhou Wenbin did not comment. All he said was, everyone in the cultivation world knows about regular artifact controlling spiritual artifacts. There's no harm in teaching you beforehand. Li Qingshan asked curiously, are there other unusual spiritual artifacts? Zhou Wenbin said, the Sword Collection Palace has a special technique for controlling swords. It's not controlling spiritual artifacts, but swords. The Umbral Yin sect has techniques for controlling ghosts, using ghosts as artifacts. There are also some demonic paths that refine and control corpses, using corpses as artifacts. Every single sect's techniques for controlling spiritual artifacts have their own uniqueness. It's impossible for me to know everything. The Umbral Yin sect's techniques for controlling ghosts. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. He thought about the page he had obtained from the witch. Was it not the Umbral Yin ghost control? There must be some connection between the two. If he understood the witch's origins, he might be able to understand Little Anne's origins too. He asked in a hurry, where's the Umbral Yin sect? To the cultivators of the Green Province, this was common knowledge that they needed to know, so Zhou Wenbin explained it casually. He did not notice the strange expression on Li Qingshan's face. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, memorized the words, the southernmost lands, the abyss of 10,000 ghosts. This was the first time he had learnt about the supreme sects of the Green Province. However, Zhou Wenbin did not say much about it. Nor did he ask. He was still not strong enough. He could not go to such a distant place. Little and had not thought of so many things yet. He had not recovered his body yet. Under these countless reasons lurked a selfish thought. He did not want Little and to leave his side. He did not want to become a lonely person again. Although it was laughable, he was a tyrannical fellow that could transform into a 20-foot-tall demon that could crush people as easily as crushing ants. His heart was the same as an ordinary person. He hated loneliness. Thus, when he had the chance to pry into Little Ann's origins for the first time, he was not as resolute as before. The sunlight was sliced into pieces by the knife-like willow leaves sprinkling over the youth's body. He was not particularly handsome, but a rare trace of confusion appeared on his bronze face. However, he immediately became determined. He decided to stick to the agreement and let nature take its course. Zhou Wenbin slowly explained the methods of controlling spiritual artifacts. The principles were not complicated, but it had absolute requirements for one's cultivation realm. After opening the sea of qi, although qi practitioners could not simply communicate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, they were still progressing in this direction. They could begin to sense all sorts of spiritual objects. Of course, all things had spiritual energy. Flowers and grass were no exception. However, the higher the spiritual energy, the stronger the sense. Moreover, they could not control flowers and grass to attack their enemies. Qi practitioners would choose a kind of spiritual artifact and use their true qi to purify it day and night until they formed a subtle connection with the spiritual artifact. Then they could control it from a distance, like turning themselves into a magnet to control iron. Li Qingshan expressed his gratitude. The more common sense it was, the more helpful it was to him, because if it could be accepted as common sense by qi practitioners, it was an indispensable foundation. He was born in the wilderness. He did not have a master or a sect, so he had no chance to learn systematically. Zhou Wenbin stroked his beard and smiled. Is it just empty talk? Li Qingshan was startled. Was this person planning to accept bribes? Zhou Wenbin hinted. You should have gained quite a bit last night, like silver or something. Li Qingshan had stolen the Procuress 100 Treasures pouch. Of course, it did not escape Zhou Wenbin's eyes. Li Qingshan's eyes widened. You are a county magistrate, a 6th layer qi practitioner. You rule over hundreds of thousands of people. You actually want money from a poor kid like me? Zhou Wenbin said, Why so loud? It's not like I want it for free. Because there are too many people, there are too many places to spend money. You have no use for that silver. Why don't you give it to me? I'll exchange it with qi gathering pills. Li Qingshan was surprised. Why? Of course, he was willing to use silver to buy qi gathering pills. Unless he really wanted to buy girls, silver was really not of much use to him. Chapter 131. Only with Zhou Wenbin's explanation did Li Qingshan learn that his position as district magistrate had not been easy. In order to obtain a sufficient support rate so that the people of Jiaping City would remember him as a just and upright man, he had to reduce taxes and levies, establish irrigation works, and set up a large number of public facilities. He also had to pay a high salary and maintain his integrity. He had to support his group of advisors to handle government affairs for him. So he often struggled to make ends meet. Zhou Wenbin spread his hands and smiled bitterly. It's a pity that I don't get a single copper coin as an official, and I have to think of ways to raise money. Li Qingshan found it a bit funny. In this era, although the gap between the rich and the poor was incomparably large, it wasn't a bad thing for the common people. In the great Xia dynasty, from top to bottom, no matter what rank of official, no one had a salary, but they didn't have to pay taxes either. Even when gold and silver mines were discovered, it was all handled by the local officials. This was impossible in any of the dynasties that Li Qingshan knew of, but it was the truth. From the start, the focus of cultivators was different from that of ordinary people. If Zhou Wenbin wanted to, he could squeeze out tens of millions of silver from Jiaping in a year, but it was meaningless. There was only one kind of mine that belonged to the state, and that was spirit stone mines. Officials of Zhou Wenbin and Zhuozhibua's level also received spirit stones as their salaries. Li Qingshan took out the hundreds of thousands of silver from the brothel keeper and gave it to Zhou Wenbin. Zhou Wenbin said, "Why don't you ask me how many qi gathering pills I can get?" Li Qingshan said, "I've never been stingy. Of course, I also hope that people will be more generous to me." Zhou Wenbin took out a small porcelain bottle with 12 qi gathering pills and gave it to Li Qingshan. "This is the first time, so I'll give you a discount. If you have more silver, you can come find me, but it'll be 100,000 for one pill." Li Qingshan said, "Very fair." Thinking about how a small qi gathering pill was worth 10,000, he couldn't help but sigh. But in the Jianghu, there were many people who would be willing to spend 100,000 silver for one qi gathering pill. Li Qingshan then passed the account book he got from the brothel keeper to Zhou Wenbin. "I wonder if there's any evidence of Lulu's crime on it." Li Qingshan didn't want his behavior to arouse suspicion, so he didn't take it out immediately. However, he thought that there were still quite a number of women locked up in the underground palace. He had to think of a way to get Zhou Wenbin to investigate the underground palace and rescue those women openly. Otherwise, if he left them alone, wouldn't they starve to death inside? Zhou Wenbin didn't even look at it. He clapped his hands, and immediately a servant came up with the account book to show it to the advisors who were proficient in this field. Before long, a person who seemed like an advisor arrived. He glanced at Li Qingshan in surprise at first. The Hawkwolf Guard was impressive, but regular Black Wolf Guards had no right to stand on equal footing with his master. Afterwards, he bowed towards Li Qingshan slightly before reporting to Zhou Wenbin. "Sir, there are quite a few problems up there." Li Qingshan gazed at the pond and considered how he should speak. Only when Zhou Wenbin and the advisor finished talking did he say, "Sir, can this be used as evidence for moving the building?" Zhou Wenbin said, "Do you really think you can move the building with a single account book? You're underestimating the strength of the school. The people I sent to fish or gully have already returned. Qingxiu's family are all dead. They've dealt with it very cleanly." Li Qingshan said furiously, "Those animals! Sir, you're an official, so why are you still afraid of these sects?" Zhou Wenbin said, "I'm not afraid, but helpless. These cultivation sects all have their own foundations and legacies. Some of the larger sects have existed for even longer than the Great Xia Empire. When the founding emperor was still alive, all he could do was placate them, promising not to harm their interests and to coexist peacefully with them. Afterwards, he established the 100 schools of thought and raised geniuses to contend against them. In short, they wouldn't go out of their way to provoke Zhou Wenbin, and Zhou Wenbin didn't want to provoke them either. He had come here to cultivate, not to actually become an upright official and plead for the people. However, no one could criticize him any further than that. Li Qingshan thought, "Fortunately, I went to crush Zhao Liangqing, or I really wouldn't be able to complete this through legal channels." That's why you need to be wary of the plots of the school. Sometimes they might be even more terrifying than Zhuozhibua. Zhuozhibua is a member of the Hawkwolf Guard, so he has some qualms about your background, but they don't have that many qualms at all. Most of the losses of the Hawkwolf Guard come from conflicts with these sects, and then they'll be finished off silently. Even if it's a hawk commander like Zhuozhibua or a district magistrate like me, there have been people who have died mysteriously. Li Qingshan was not too surprised. He had personally witnessed this happen a long time ago. Despite Gu Yening's identity, she still failed to kill the White Lotus mother. Although she managed to force her into hiding, she had lost quite a few subordinates in the process. The White Wolf Guards under her command were all powerful cultivators who had undergone the first heavenly tribulation, at the very least reaching Foundation establishment. In Jiaping City, or even the Clear River Prefecture, they were figures who could do whatever they wanted. The soaring dragon elder of the Sword Collection Palace did not fear the authority of the Hawkwolf Guard at all. He was bold enough to kill the Dark Queen's beloved pet right before her, even engaging in battle with her, and that was with the Hawk God standing behind Gu Yening. The strength of these cultivator sects was evident at a glance. He could not help but sigh. No matter what era it is, strength is everything. Things like status will never be as useful as strength. Zhou Wenbin said, "You have a mental map of the Green Province, right? You might as well take it out and take a look." Li Qingshan took out the mental map of the Green Province and unfurled it. Zhou Wenbin stroked the map gently. "It really is something good. Countless specks of light lit up on it, like the twinkling stars in the night sky. The places that light up on it are marked with the status of the empire. Even fifth-layer Qi practitioners wouldn't be bold enough to kill a first-layer Qi practitioner like you in front of everyone. However, there's no status beyond the specks of light. There's only strength. You have to remember this. As long as they have absolute confidence, there will be people who will attack you for the items in your 100 treasures pouch. Not only will this wolf hide, not protect you sometimes, but it'll even attract killing intent more easily." Li Qingshan gazed at the mental map of the Green Province he had read through many times and gained a brand new understanding. Although the stars were bright and densely packed, they were nowhere close to the vastness and darkness of the night sky. The remote mountains, swamps, and lofty ridges were lawless lands. It was a stage where demons danced about, a battlefield where cultivators fought and killed each other. This revelation was even more helpful than giving him a few Qi gathering pills. It allowed him to gain a brand new understanding of his status and position. However, he did not feel any fear. Instead, he felt enlightened. Originally, he was still worried about how he could kill Zhuozhibua if he wanted to make things difficult for him. Only then would he reduce the suspicion on himself. But now, the land of darkness beyond the light provided him with convenience. He could go on a killing spree and then push the blame onto some powerful cultivator of unknown identity or some terrifying demon that passed by. Zhou Wenbin saw that there was no fear on Li Qingshan's face at all. That was an emotion that all cultivators of Orthodox origins would show when they heard something like that for the first time. Even Zhou Wenbin himself was no exception. As a result, he was determined to remain in the light for the rest of his life. He wanted to protect himself and maintain his distance from the world of darkness. He could not help but admit that this young man was different from regular people. He seemed to have a strong interest in battle, slaughter, and chaos. However, he was not a brainless battle maniac. Instead, he was bold and careful. Perhaps he was more suited to join a large sect than follow the path of the Hawkwolf Guard or the 100 Schools of Thought. Basically, all large sects liked disciples like him. Whether it was purging demons or purging demons, they all needed people who were skilled in battle. In the eyes of regular people, cultivators seemed to be otherworldly. They did not have to be contaminated by the smoke, fire, or blood of the world. All they needed to do was meditate and chant scriptures every day, eating wind and drinking dew, and they could extend their lifespans or even achieve immortality. If they just followed their hearts, who would be willing to take the risk and fight others? Who wouldn't want to walk the path of immortality in peace? They would spend all the time they spent crafting spiritual artifacts and talismans on refining pills and ingesting bait. They would spend all the time they spent learning techniques on cultivation and seeking the way. However, this path was far too difficult and far too crowded. Everyone needed pills and medicines, but there was a limit to the spiritual herbs. Everyone needed blessed lands, but there was a limit to the number of good dwellings. They could either avoid it and watch as others enjoyed the pills and blessed lands, cultivating extremely quickly, while they could only gradually age and turn into bones in a grave in the end. Or they could fight for victory and defeat. Not only did they have to contend against the heavens, but they also had to contend against others. Even if the world was united and everyone lived in harmony, did the demons and monsters hidden in the shadows not want to occupy the upper reaches again and rule over the 9 provinces? In that lawless wilderness, who knew how many sects had been founded and destroyed? They only followed the most primitive law, survival of the fittest, where the strong were revered. The Sword Collection Palace and the Umbral Een sect, one wielded swords, while the other controlled ghosts. Perhaps they were not the most skilled sects in cultivation, but they relied on their respective advantages and this law to survive. Li Qingshan stowed the mental map of the Green Province away and said, "Since I've already offended them, there's no harm in offending them a little more. Since I have this identity, it'll be a pity if I don't use it." Zhou Wenbin knew that Li Qingshan had killed a member of his sect in front of everyone, so there was no chance for him to compromise or reconcile. However, considering how young he was, he still had some lingering resentment. So Zhou Wenbin said, "All right, I'll give you another dozen or so government guards. Although I can't overturn the account book, I can pressure them a little and make them cough up some money." At this moment, a caretaker came to report, "Sir, a fatty is requesting an audience at the government office. He says he's the district magistrate of Jiaping City. This is his document." Zhou Wenbin smiled. "Looks like your old boss has arrived." Li Qingshan smiled as well. The security of the city has always been the responsibility of the district magistrate. Isn't it much more suitable for Sir Yi to bring people there instead of me? Zhou Wenbin waved his hand. "Go tell him that I'm going to begin cultivating. Tell him to come see me tomorrow." Clearly, he did not take a regular person like Yi Dachuan seriously at all. He would just give him an extra stipend out of respect for the prefect. Li Qingshan arrived at the government office in front and saw Yi Dachuan pointing around with the advisor. "Look, this is a large city. It really is different, although it's still a little worse than the Clear River Prefecture. It's much better than that godforsaken place of Qingyang." The advisor was overjoyed on the side as well. Following this fatty, he finally felt like he had made a name for himself. "Sir Yi, it's been a while. How have you been?" Yi Dachuan turned around and saw Li Qingshan in his black wolf uniform. Although he knew this was exactly why he had come, he still could not help but become surprised. "Why, you really," Li Qingshan smiled. "I have great riches and honor to give you. Do you want it?" Chapter 132. Chapter 30. The Clouds and the Rain. Disprsed. How could Yi Dachuan refuse? He hurriedly agreed. He pulled Li Qingshan's hand and said, "You really are my lucky general. No, my benefactor." Thinking about the current Li Qingshan, his status was no longer the same as before. Takitra Li Qingshan asked, "What about Guardian Yan and the others?" Yi Dachuan said, "I went back to Iron Fist to rest and reorganize. Jiaping's Iron Fist. They even said that they would pay you a visit tonight. I didn't expect that I would be the first to arrive." More than a dozen vigorous yamen runners came up behind Li Qingshan. "Lord Li." Li Qingshan smiled and said, "This is your Lord Yi." "Lord Yi." Standing in front of the building, Yi Dachuan was excited. Was he going to visit the biggest and most luxurious brothel on his first day in Jiaping? Li Qingshan said, "Lord Yi, don't forget that we're here to cause trouble today." Yi Dachuan said, "I won't forget, I won't forget. Squeezing money out of them is the right thing to do." Then he ordered righteously, "Charge in and sweep this brothel clean." "Yes, sir." A group of bailiffs rushed in like wolves and tigers, startling all the women in the building. The guards came out, but seeing Li Qingshan, who dared to step forward, Yi Dachuan said, "Where's your boss? Where's your boss?" A woman said timidly, "We don't know either." Yi Dachuan said, "Search." Li Qingshan watched from the side as the bailiffs searched the building. He whispered in Yi Dachuan's ear, "It looks like they've already escaped. Could there be some sort of treasure room here, just like the one in the Black Wind stronghold?" At the mention of the treasure room, Yi Dachuan's eyes immediately lit up. "Let's search the cellar." With his sharp intuition for money, he found the switch in an instant and opened the door of the underground palace without waiting for Li Qingshan's reminder. Holy Church Yi Dachuan looked at the pitch-black door of the underground palace and felt a little timid, but he couldn't suppress his desire for the treasure. He first ordered the bailiffs to go in, then pulled Li Qingshan down. As expected, they quickly found the women who were locked up and confirmed Lu Cheng's crimes. Zhao Liangqing and Furong had disappeared. Of course, they had fled to avoid punishment. Yi Dachuan was not disappointed. Although Li Qingshan had taken the 100 treasures pouch, there were still many gold and silver utensils and jewels in the underground palace. It was not a small amount of wealth. "Congratulations, Lord Yi, you've just arrived at Jiaping City, yet you've already accomplished a great deed." Li Qingshan smiled and raised his head to look at the flying fairy maiden on the dome. He casually pulled out the wind-entwining saber and threw it out. It brushed past the nose of a guard and nailed itself to the door. "If you don't explain everything clearly today, no one is allowed to leave. Otherwise, you will be beheaded without mercy." Zhao Liangqing would never do something like abducting a woman himself. The guards and thugs of the building were all involved. "What?" Zhao Liangqing disappeared. Shui Jibwa suddenly stood up and looked at Gu Jian, who had come to report. Gu Jian said, "Yes. Today, Li Qingshan took out a few account books and asked for a warrant from Zhou Wenbin. He also brought people to the door, but not only did he not see Zhao Liangqing and Furong, he also found the women who were abducted in the underground palace. They have already been brought back to the Yamen. After Zhou Wenbin interrogated them, he determined Zhao Liangqing's crimes. He issued a warrant for his arrest and confiscated all of Lu Cheng's assets." Zhuo Jibwa slowly sat down. There was something strange about this matter. As long as Zhao Liangqing held on, there would come a time when he would make a comeback. No one would be able to catch any evidence of his crimes. Could it be that he had returned to the sect to report on his work and discuss countermeasures, which was why Li Qingshan had taken advantage of him? He couldn't understand. For a moment, he also suspected that Zhao Liangqing was already dead, but he immediately dispelled that thought. Who could kill Zhao Liangqing? Zhao Liangqing was already at the peak of the 5th layer of qi refining. He was only one step away from the 6th layer. In all of Jiaping, the only people who could kill him were himself and Zhou Wenbin. However, Zhou Wenbin would never take such a risk to make an enemy of the sect. Only that bastard Li Qingshan would dare to commit such atrocities. But no matter what, Li Qingshan was only at the 1st layer of qi refining. He was definitely no match for Zhao Liangqing. Holy Church Qian, Rongji was deep in thought. This Li Qingshan was simply an unlucky star. He had just set up a trap in the building last night, but the building had already been destroyed today. Zhou Wenbin had never expected this to happen from just sending people to harass the building. The building was reduced to an empty shell. The women all tearfully described what they had gone through, exposing the many atrocities the building had committed. They pointed out many pimp guards, and Zhao Liangqing and Furong were the main culprits. There was no need to report it to the Clear River Prefecture at all. Zhou Wenbin's authority in Jiaping was basically equivalent to that of a lord. With a single order, over a dozen heads fell to the ground, beheaded cleanly. Several dozen people were sent to prison before being put up for arrest. In the end, a document was written and reported to the Clear River Prefecture so that the prefect could question the sect. Their disciples had done something like this, so they had to give an explanation. Since they were under the rule of the great Xia Empire, they could not ignore the laws. At a time like this, even the sect could only expel Zhao Liangqing and the others to distance themselves from this matter. Zhou Wenbin's swift and decisive action only took an afternoon, which left Li Qingshan in admiration. "Sir, that's impressive." Zhou Wenbin stood to the side and said softly, "Tell me honestly, did you do this or not?" Li Qingshan said, "If only I really had that strength." Zhou Wenbin stared at him for a while. He saw that Li Qingshan's face did not give off any openings at all. Originally, he only had a flash of inspiration and felt like Li Qingshan had something to do with this. He patted Li Qingshan's shoulder. "All right then, you're quite lucky." At this moment, Qian Rongji and Jiao Fei arrived at the government office as well, reporting to Zhou Wenbin. Qian Rongji recovered her smile. "Qingshan, you were so impressive last night. Seriously, you too. We came together, so why didn't you call me?" However, Jiao Fei began to understand the conflict between Li Qingshan and Zhuo Zhibua. He was neither bold enough to offend Li Qingshan, nor was he bold enough to praise him. He greeted him half-heartedly. Li Qingshan smiled. He could not be bothered with them, so he bid farewell to Zhou Wenbin. Yi Dachuan stood to one side, dragging him to Yen Song, and the others to drink and celebrate. Jiao Fei called out from behind, "Qingshan, hold on." Li Qingshan looked back. "What's the matter?" Jiao Fei's heart actually skipped a beat. This teenager, who was many years younger than him, actually made him feel a vague sense of fear. However, he had been through many trials and tribulations after all. He sucked in a deep breath and immediately adjusted his emotions. He was not a piece of trash who had never experienced battle like the procuress. He refused to believe that he was not Li Qingshan's opponent if they actually fought with his strength at the third layer. "From tomorrow onwards, we'll be carrying out trial missions together. Shouldn't we sit together tonight and discuss it?" Li Qingshan frowned. "Together? Trial missions?" He had no interest in spending time with the two of them. Zhou Wenbin explained, "This has always been the rule of the Hawkwolf Guard. After joining the Hawkwolf Guard, you have to undergo a few more trial missions before you're truly qualified. Afterwards, you'll go to the Clear River Prefecture and see the two commanders to truly join us. Very few people fail the trials. Normally, it's just a formality. However, if you don't accept it, Zhuo Zhibua will have a reason to expel you." Li Qingshan understood that there were rules within the system. He stood still and said, "All right, let's discuss it." He was very curious about what kind of mission Zhuo Zhibua would give them. He asked about their origins out of formality. Ancient Wind City Qian family. Zhou Wenbin obviously did not take a clan as small as that seriously. However, when he asked about Jiao Fei's origins, just now was slightly surprised. "Greenvine Mountain? Your master is the Greenvine Elder?" "Yes. Has your master agreed to you joining the Hawkwolf Guard?" The reason why Zhou Wenbin asked this was because clans were different from sections. Clans were all located in cities, under the rule of the empire. They were willing to let their clansmen join the empire. On the other hand, most sects were located in the wilderness, so they had their own set of rules. Most of them were unwilling to let their disciples serve as the hawks and dogs of the empire. Jiao Fei's face darkened, becoming even darker. His slanted eyes seemed to sink. Zhou Wenbin did not ask any further. He put down his brush and said, "You can go." Leaving the entrance of the government office, Yi Dachuan said, "You must be the young heroes of the Hawkwolf Guard. I am Yi Dachuan, the vice magistrate of this district. Since we've come across each other by chance, why don't we go have a few drinks together?" Qian Rongji and Jiao Fei both looked at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, "Let's go." The two of them nodded in agreement. The four of them walked through the streets. Even though it was already evening, the streets were still filled with people. However, when they saw the black wolf uniform of Li Qingshan and the others from afar, they all avoided them. Even carriages and horses would temporarily stop, afraid to disturb their footsteps. Only then did Li Qingshan realize just how awe-inspiring the black wolf uniform was. They arrived at the restaurant Yi Dachuan had agreed to meet with Yen Song and the others. After entering the private room upstairs, Yen Song was already waiting there with Li Long. When he saw Li Qingshan, he stood up in a hurry. "Qingshan, you've moved so quickly." Li Qingshan casually introduced them to each other. Yen Song said, "So you're all disciples of large sections. It's an honor to meet you." However, he was slightly surprised inside. Among the three of them, Li Qingshan had the lowest cultivation and the least background, yet he seemed to be the leader. The other two did not seem to have any objections either. Jiao Fei and Qian Rongji only exchanged a few pleasantries. With their cultivations and statuses, there was no need for them to treat Yen Song with too much importance. After a few cups of alcohol, Yen Song asked Li Qingshan about how his cultivation of the innate method of practicing qi was going. Li Qingshan said, "I've just reached the 3rd layer. If I want to break through to the 4th layer, it'll probably take some time." Yen Song was shocked. The innate method of practicing qi was harder to cultivate the higher one went. He wasn't surprised that Li Qingshan could quickly comprehend the 1st layer and even break through to the 2nd layer. However, after not seeing him for a few days, he actually broke through to the 3rd layer. This kind of speed was really a bit shocking. It's only been 7 or 8 days. I thought that your aptitude for cultivation was only average. I didn't expect that I'd actually misjudge you. What? 7 or 8 days? Jiao Fei and Qian Rongji were both shocked. Only now did they know that Li Qingshan had officially started cultivating qi for less than 10 days, yet he had actually cultivated the innate method of practicing qi to the 3rd layer. This was simply like a legendary cultivation genius. Chapter 133. When Yen Song heard about what Li Qingshan had done in the past 2 days, he became so surprised that his mouth hung open. The organization of the school was so great that it ranked towards the top even within the entire Clear River Prefecture. It was not something that the Green Vine Mountain or the Qian family could rival. Even the Iron Fist paled in comparison. The sacred Hall, the main building of the school, was located in the Clear River Prefecture. That was a place where noble people came and went, so they had a very wide network of friends. Even Vice Commander Hua of the Hawkwolf Guard often visited there. It was said that the sect master of the same school was the most familiar with him. Li Qingshan had actually destroyed the school as soon as he arrived in Jiaping City. He was absolutely audacious. Li Qingshan said, "I just want justice." He subconsciously pressed down on the hilt of the wind-entwining blade on his waist. He already knew where justice was. There was no moon tonight. In the dead of night, Li Qingshan sat with his legs crossed in a small, pitch-black building with his eyes closed. True qi constantly revolved around his body, circulating through his body according to the third layer of the innate method of practicing qi. Even with the assistance of qi gathering pills, it grew at an extremely slow rate. The Sumeru ring on his finger did not seem like anything special in the darkness, but it did not respond at all to the pure true qi that Li Qingshan channeled into it. He felt like he was guarding a great treasury, yet he was unable to enter it. All he could do was pace up and down the entrance, trying to guess what was inside. He could resist the temptation from the collection of a golden core master over all these years. However, he could not resist the words that Oxen had said before they parted. "I've left something in there for you." Oxen had casually taught a terrifying ability of the demonic path, like the path of white bone and great beauty, to Little, and what kind of secret treasure would it be to tell him about it so seriously? A legendary god artifact, a supreme ability that could overturn rivers and seas, a wondrous pill that could allow one to ascend to beyond the 9 heavens after ingesting it. Normally, he didn't dare to think too much about it. The more he thought about it, the more he felt like 100 claws were scratching his heart. He sighed in his heart, Brother Nyo, if you want to give me something, can't you just give it to me directly? Why do you have to make things so difficult for me? Furthermore, you have to use the human method to open the Sumeru ring. Back then, it was you who wanted to become a demon, so I became a demon. Although he was so emotional, he also felt that there must be a deeper meaning behind the Azure Ox's actions. The Azure Ox must have expected that he would return to the human world as a human. Could it be that the reason why he gave him such a test was because he wanted him to cultivate and achieve success as a human? If he couldn't figure it out, then there was no need to think about it anymore. He needed this identity as a human. He had only been in Jiaping for 2 days, and he had already obtained more than 100 qi gathering pills. The stronger he was, the easier it would be for him to obtain pills, and the safer he would be. After all, he could not transform in front of others. Most of the time, he still had to rely on the path of qi refinement, and the first layer of qi refinement was indeed too weak. He suddenly stopped cultivating. The essence of the 4th tier of the Xiantian method of training of qi slowly flowed through his mind. Every word and sentence was crystal clear. He was trying to open the yang-heal meridian of the 8 extraordinary meridians and break through the first layer of qi refinement to the 2nd. This was the first meridian he was about to open. He would knock on the door of the path of qi refinement and truly enter the next level. It could be said that compared to the first 3 tiers of the Xiantian method of training of qi, it had a completely different meaning. Driven by his will, his true qi flowed like water into his left leg, sinking into his ankle, where the Shunmai meridian was. This was the beginning of the yang-heal meridian. If he wanted to open the yang-heal meridian, this was where the door was. He no longer sat cross-legged on the bed. Instead, he changed into a strange posture. He leaned forward and stretched his left leg like some kind of yoga movement. Little and was originally squatting by the bed, concentrating on the large pile of Buddhist scriptures that Li Qingshan had brought back. At this time, he also put down the book in his hands and looked at Li Qingshan with concern. What Li Qingshan wanted to do was knock on the door. His true qi rushed towards the Shunmai meridian like a tidal wave, but the door was tightly shut, showing no signs of opening for him. Forget opening the meridian. He couldn't even move it at all. He knew that his accumulation of true qi was still too weak. His true qi reserves had not reached the peak of the first layer of qi refinement. The normal way was to continue accumulating true qi and slowly plan. In a few months' time, the true qi in his body would be able to gather into a large river and break through the dam that was blocking his way. But what he wanted to do now was to use a small stream to break through the dam. The difficulty could not be said to be low, but 10,000 years is too long. Seize every minute. He had to try and gamble before he was willing to give up. He chewed another qi gathering pill to replenish his true qi. After trying many times, he still didn't gain anything. Finally, he stopped. However, he didn't give up. Instead, he focused even more on controlling his true qi, condensing it again and again. He turned the stream into ice and then into a spear. It was 100 times smaller, but also 100 times stronger. Then, when it could not be condensed any further, the ice spear suddenly pierced towards the dam with an unstoppable force. The bottom of his foot suddenly hurt, but Li Qingshan did not care. Instead, he revealed a look of surprise. This time, the true qi was not blocked. It pierced deep into the Shunmai meridian, and under his urging, it penetrated deeper bit by bit with great difficulty. There seemed to be a soft sound in his body. The dam in front of the stream was pierced through, and the true qi continuously flowed into the Yonghil meridian. A spot of light suddenly lit up in his body, like the first star shining in the endless universe. But before Li Qingshan could be happy, the true qi hit another barrier in front of him, the Pushan meridian, which was also located in his ankle. The true qi was smashed into pieces. It could not be condensed and was forced out by the invisible pressure in the Yonghil meridian. The meridian had failed to open. Even the Shunmai meridian that had been opened closed again. Li Qingshan took a deep breath. Tonight, he had been praised by Yen Song as a cultivation genius many times, but now he could not even open the first meridian. It was already so difficult to cultivate to the second level of Qi disciple. Only then did he know that the path of Qi disciple was not simple. Comparatively speaking, Yao cultivators were much more brainless. As long as they blindly breathed in and out the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, or ate spiritual herbs and elixirs, they would constantly strengthen their Yao Qi. Once it reached a certain level, they would naturally be able to condense a Yao core. The following cultivation was also the same as before, constantly gathering the Yao Qi into the Yao core. Once it reached a certain level, the heavenly lightning would strike. If they could pass it, they would transform into a Yao general. If they could not, they would turn into charcoal. It was simple and clear. Most of the monsters started as wild beasts, and some even started as plants. They all relied on their instincts to cultivate. If they needed a bit of intelligence and thinking, then there would be no monsters in the world. But even though it was simple, it still took time. Not to mention plants. A normal wild beast in the wild would need at least 100 years to become a Yao general. They would also need to eat spiritual herbs at the level of spiritual ginseng in the wild to have a slight chance. There were many monsters that took 300 to 500 years to transform. As for the meridian, it was a gift from the heavens to humans and also a shortcut discovered by humans. But no matter how good the shortcut was, it had to be walked step by step. Take Li Qingshan, for example. He had only practiced qi for a few days, and he already wanted to open his meridian. He had failed and still lamented that it was not easy to practice qi. In the eyes of other practitioners, he was simply unreasonable. But Li Qingshan was not discouraged. He first grabbed a handful of qi gathering pills and stuffed them into his mouth. He did not swallow them, and then began to break through again. With his first experience, it was much easier for him to break through the Shunmai acupoint. and after breaking through the Shunmai acupoint, he did not dare to be distracted. He clenched his teeth and crushed a qi gathering pill. As he replenished his qi, he focused on breaking through the next checkpoint. For hours past, he had eaten 25 qi gathering pills and broken through 13 times. His highest record was breaking through 3 acupoints on his foot, the Shunmai, Pushin, and Biyang acupoints. His qi flowed along his left leg, but when it reached the Juheng acupoint on his crotch, it was blocked. And once it was blocked, it was like rowing a boat against the current. If he did not advance, he would be pushed back. His qi would be directly pushed out, and even the acupoints that he had unblocked would close again. There were 12 acupoints on the Yangqiao acupoint. If he was a normal practitioner, he would probably have to give up. But Li Qingshan was different. In any case, the medicinal power that he could not digest in time went to the Yao core. The Yao core did not have to worry about wastage, and there was no need to worry about the accumulation of medicinal power. This allowed Li Qingshan to experiment more and more recklessly. It was good if he succeeded, but there was no harm if he failed. And he felt that as long as the acupoints that he had unblocked were closed again, it would be slightly easier to open them again the next time. And in this process, Li Qingshan had also accumulated a lot of experience. He had a deeper understanding of the 4th tier, of the innate formula of training of qi. After some consideration, Li Qingshan took out a medicinal pill. It was like the clear dew on a flower petal at dawn. It was not a qi-gathering pill, but a pearl dew pill that he had exchanged with Jiao Fei. This was the spiritual medicine that Jiao Fei had saved for breaking through to the 4th tier. It was a bit of a waste to use it to break through to the 2nd tier, but for Li Qingshan, who had not accumulated much, it was just right. But if he did not succeed after eating it, it would be a waste of a good medicinal pill. Without much hesitation, Li Qingshan decided to take a gamble. When the pearl dew pill slid down his throat into his stomach, Li Qingshan could still clearly feel its coolness and smoothness. But as soon as it entered his stomach, it turned into a raging torrent. The torrent merged with his true qi, immediately turning the flowing stream into a raging river. He broke through the 3 acupoints, Shunmai, Pushin, and Biyang without any obstruction. Then he broke through the Juju acupoint and reached the Jianshu acupoint on the back of his shoulder. Only then did he meet with a slight obstruction, but Li Qingshan had already focused all his attention. So how could he be obstructed here? He broke through the Jianshu, and Jugu acupoints on his shoulder one by one. At this time, his true qi began to show signs of exhaustion, but he was already prepared. He chewed and swallowed qi gathering pills one by one, continuously stimulating his true qi and pushing it towards the Daikang, Juju, Qingqi, and Jingming acupoints on his face. His true qi was already extremely close to his brain, so he needed to be extremely careful. Many qi practitioners would lose control, and their true qi would rush to their brain, turning them into idiots. Of course, Li Qingshan did not want to end up like that. Along the way, he broke through these 4 acupoints, and in his body, 11 spots of light lit up. They were like stars in the dark universe, connected by a faint path of light, like a star chart. He finally saw the last point of the star chart, the Fengqi acupoint on the back of his head. As long as this acupoint was broken through, the yang heel meridian would be opened, and a path for true qi to flow through his body would be opened. This was what people called the 2nd level of qi cultivation. But there was not much true qi left, and the medicinal power provided by the qi-gathering pills could not be replenished from so far away. It was like an army without food supplies, about to collapse. He felt exhausted, as if he had just experienced an extremely difficult journey. He could clearly see the end, but he could not take another step forward. As long as his true qi collided with the feng qi acupoint, all his previous efforts would be in vain. However, he could not stop his true qi from advancing. Chapter 134. A scroll of the Diamond Sutra was thrown onto the ground. Little and leaped behind Li Qingshan and pointed at the feng qi acupoint on the back of his head with his bone finger. Vaguely, he seemed to hear the sound of a bell ringing in his ears. True qi rushed towards its final target, the impassable dam. Then it easily penetrated through, as if it was no longer an impenetrable barrier, but a soft sponge. The last bit of light lit up and spread in all directions, like a river returning to the ocean. True qi continuously passed through the Yonghil meridian, no longer obstructed. Li Qingshan finally opened the first meridian and reached the second level of qi training. The Yonghil meridian was like a broad road that flowed through his body from head to toe, connecting his entire body. From then on, his acupoints would no longer close, and every time an acupoint lit up, his entire body would undergo a change. Li Qingshan opened his eyes. The scenery in the room became clearer and fresher, as if a layer of dust had been wiped away. The cries of summer insects outside the window were loud and layered. He even felt like he could count how many summer insects were singing. Occasionally, a leaf would be blown by the wind and fall on the roof tiles. The sound was as clear as thunder. His sense of smell improved the least, but he could still smell the blooming of a wildflower outside the window and the smell of grass steamed by the hot summer night. His sense of taste improved a lot without even testing it. This was the increase in his five senses from the opening of the Di Song, Ju Gu, Qing Qi, and Jingming acupoints. When he got off the bed and stepped on the ground, it was as if there was an additional layer of air beneath his feet. His body became extremely light, and he felt like he could fly with just a little bit of force. This was the change brought about by the Shun Mai, Pu Shun, and Biang acupoints on the soles of his feet. He casually raised his hand, and the three acupoints on the Jianyu, Ju Gu, and Ju Gu lit up. True qi naturally flowed along the true qi to his palm, breaking through his palm and hitting the wall, leaving behind a palm print. Every single movement was so natural and smooth. He felt as though his entire body had been connected by this meridian from top to bottom. And his Jinqi circulation was many times faster than before. Holy Church, it was just like when Emperor Yang of Sui opened up the Grand Canal to connect the north and the south, allowing people and goods to travel freely, driving the economy and transportation of the whole country. And those acupoints were important communication hubs. However, none of the hubs seemed to be as important as the feng qi acupoint because it was connected to more than just the aura within the body. The feng qi was the place where evil wind gathered. In the Gukong Luan, it was said that wind was the root of all diseases. When the pathogenic wind entered the brain, all kinds of diseases would occur. It was an extremely important acupuncture point in the human body. The moment he opened the feng qi acupoint, a stream of air seemed to gush out. It was as if a new acupoint had been chiseled out of his mouth and nose. He could breathe, but what he breathed was not air, but the air of heaven and earth. Of course, this could not be considered as communicating with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, this was the first time he felt the existence of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was like the wind, an aura that flowed endlessly. When he circulated the fourth stage of the Xiantian art of training of qi, he would occasionally feel a gust of wind blowing into his body from the back of his head to the bottom of his feet. He couldn't help but shiver before his entire body felt comfortable. There was a transverse bone at the back of the beast's head. Only by refining the transverse bone could one gain intelligence. Humans, on the other hand, had a wind pond at the back of their heads. Only by opening up the Phoenix Pond could they communicate with the heavens and earth. Li Qingshan heaved a sigh of relief. This qi refinement technique created by humans was indeed very impressive. Furthermore, he could sense that qi refinement was also helpful to demon cultivation. It was just like how his demon body had naturally become stronger after it grew taller. The two complemented each other and benefited each other. Could it be that the reason why Brother Ox left me the item in the Sumeru ring and encouraged me to cultivate qi was so that I could fuse these two completely different cultivation methods and find my own path? This was what Li Qingshan guessed, but no matter which path he took, he was still a small fry who had just started. He was far from being able to do this. As the saying goes, stones from other mountains can be used to attack jade. Now that he was sitting on two jade mountains, what kind of sparks would be produced when they collided? Li Qingshan suppressed the anticipation and joy in his heart and said to Little, "And did you help me just now?" It was definitely not a coincidence that he could so easily open the Fengqi acupoint. Fengqi acupoint. The blood flames in Little An's eye sockets were rather dim. Just now, he had expended quite a lot of effort on that finger. While Li Qingshan was cultivating with his eyes closed, he had been watching closely. Gradually, his gaze pierced through Li Qingshan's skin and muscles. Like modern medical instruments, he analyzed Li Qingshan's body, but it was clearer and clearer than any image obtained by any instrument. He saw the existence of that meridian. He saw Li Qingshan's true qi continuously climbing upwards until it reached the highest point, rushing towards the Fengqi acupoint at the back of his head. However, it clearly did not have the power to open it. As a result, in this critical moment, he tapped the Fengqi acupoint with a finger. The so-called human body was essentially composed of bones and flesh. Even the wondrous meridians and profound acupoints were based on flesh and blood. As for the path of white bone and great beauty, it was an ability that manipulated the two. Little N's current cultivation was still too weak. He had not even mastered the first layer of the path of white bone and great beauty. Otherwise, he only needed to tap casually, and he would be able to shatter his bones and strip his flesh. Although he did not have such strength right now, he could lend Li Qingshan a hand at a crucial moment. He had to be extremely careful with this tap. The back of the head had always been a vital point for humans. If he missed, it was very likely that he would die on the spot. If it were not for the fact that Li Qingshan's body was extremely tough, little, and would not have dared to attempt it, it had also exhausted all of his mental strength. It was even more tiring than battling a terrifying demonic beast. Little and held the weasel brush and finished the final stroke. Only then did Li Qingshan understand the whole story. He could not help but click his tongue. Isn't this path of white bone and great beauty a little too powerful? If I had your help, wouldn't it be much easier for me to cultivate qi? Little and shook his head. He dipped the brush in ink and wrote down 5 words. More haste, less speed. Li Qingshan said, "Is that so? I just want to finish the innate method of practicing qi as soon as possible, and then switch to another cultivation method." On the paper, Little and asked Li Qingshan a few questions regarding the innate method of practicing qi. Li Qingshan was actually unable to answer. Only then did he realize that he had not completely comprehended the innate method of practicing qi. He then asked in surprise, "You've practiced the innate method of practicing qi as well?" Little and shook his head, then nodded. Afterwards, he began to write furiously. As it turned out, when Yen Song taught the innate method of practicing qi to Li Qingshan, Little and had been listening quietly. He felt that it was rather familiar. Tonight, when he watched Li Qingshan break through to the second layer of qi, this sense of familiarity became even stronger. He naturally understood the many important points of cultivating the innate method of practicing qi and understood its general outline. Afterwards, he felt that Li Qingshan's cultivation method seemed to be slightly off track, so he could not help but ask him a few questions. Originally, Li Qingshan did not feel that the innate method of practicing qi was anything profound or complicated. However, after hearing Little An's opinions, he felt as if he had been enlightened. In terms of the path of practicing qi, he was like a primary school student who had just entered school. He was busy adding things up when a multiplication table suddenly fell from the sky. He rubbed Little An's head and smiled bitterly. So my comprehension is really that bad. In fact, it was not that Li Qingshan's comprehension was too bad, but rather that he had never received guidance from anyone on the path of practicing qi. The path of cultivation was particular about wealth, companionship, method, and location. Companionship was secondary, and it mostly referred to the relationship between master and disciple. Anyone would need guidance from a senior. Standing on the shoulders of a giant was far more effortless than fumbling around by oneself. Little An did not rely on his own comprehension, but the knowledge hidden in the depths of his memory. For a moment, Little An did not know how to comfort him. Li Qingshan smiled. "I'll need your guidance in the future as well. However, it's too inconvenient to not be able to speak. It'll be fine once you refine your flesh and blood. Don't worry, you won't have to wait too long." Li Qingshan then continued to meditate, following Little An's guidance. He once again cultivated the innate method of practicing qi from the first to the fourth tier, slowly stabilizing his current level. After swallowing a few more qi gathering pills, he realized that he had less than 30 qi gathering pills left. In an instant, he had fallen from being well off to having enough to eat. This was the price of walking two paths at the same time. In the coming period, he would probably not have much income. He would have to carefully calculate the remaining qi gathering pills. The sky was bright, and there was a knock on the door. Li Qingshan went downstairs to open the door. He saw Jiao Fei and Qian Rongji standing at the door. "What's the matter?" he asked. Jiao Fei and Qian Rongji were just about to speak, but forgot what they wanted to say. They looked at Li Qingshan in shock and said in disbelief, You broke through to the second tier of qi training?" Last night, they were still marveling at Li Qingshan's cultivation speed. Today, they were hit in the head again. It was just like how Li Qingshan lamented his poor comprehension to Little, and Jiao Fei and Qian Rongji could only feel jealousy. Li Qingshan nodded nonchalantly. "Yes, it took some effort. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to cultivating." He was about to close the door. "Wait, didn't we agree on this last night? The trial." Li Qingshan came to a realization. "Oh, I almost forgot." The two of them congratulated Li Qingshan reluctantly. Afterwards, Li Qingshan tidied up slightly and took Little An with him before accepting the mission with the two of them. The Black Wolf guards he came across along the way could not help but be surprised when they saw Li Qingshan. They all congratulated Li Qingshan with various expressions. After all, to cultivators, there was nothing more joyous than breaking through. No matter what they thought inside, they would never lack etiquette. There was also respect for strength. Second-layer qi practitioners were the weakest in the Hawkwolf Guard. However, Li Qingshan was someone who could easily defeat second-layer qi practitioners and even kill third-layer qi practitioners when he was only a first-layer qi practitioner. Now that he had broken through again, he could be regarded as one of the stronger ones in the Hawkwolf Guard of Jiaping. Arriving at the main building of the Hawkwolf Guard, Zhuo Zhibua was waiting there personally. The first trial mission for new people had always been personally handed over by the commander. When he saw Li Qingshan, he was surprised at first before smiling. "You've broken through again. You really are young and promising. Your future is limitless. Li Qingshan cut right to the chase. I was just lucky. Commander Zhua, may I ask what our trial mission is? Zhua Zhibua waved his hand, and an attendant in black brought over a scroll. Li Qingshan opened it and took a look. Even with his composure, he could not help but be stunned. Chapter 135. If Zhua Zhibua had the intention to kill him and sent Li Qingshan to any place of danger, he would not have been so surprised. The sacred church, however, the front of the document was clearly written in vermilion, Ancient Wind City, Qian family. Jiao Fei and Li Qingshan looked at Qian Rongji at the same time. Qian Rongji was not surprised at all. She continued to smile. Zhua Zhibua said, "You don't need to look at it. Rongji has placed justice before family, reporting the Qian family for their many violations of the laws of Great Xia. It's all written here." Jiao Fei also looked at the file in his hand. It listed the various crimes of the Qian family. A few tenant farmers had caused trouble because the rent was too high, and the Qian family had massacred them in a single night. Qian Yannian had taken a fancy to a woman on the streets. He knew she was already married, but he could not get her from the family, so he ordered his subordinates to kill the husband and take the wife away, forcefully taking her in as a concubine. There was even a district magistrate who was murdered because he refused to be a puppet. There were several dozen crimes listed in detail, and every single one of them was a crime punishable by death. He came from a sect which was sparsely populated. Although there were some dark corners, it was nowhere as dirty as this. He could not help but ask, "Is this true?" Li Qingshan did not doubt the veracity of these crimes. The Qian family was the sole power in ancient Wind City. They did not even have any organizations to keep them in check. Absolute power meant absolute corruption, so it would not be strange for them to do whatever they wanted. He only wondered why Qian Rongji would do something like this. He thought to himself, placed justice before family? Was Qian Rongji trying to lure him to the territory of the Qian family and then kill him? This was the most logical deduction. But just what was Qian Rongji trying to do by bringing trouble to her own family in order to harm him? Would the Qian family ever end up on the list of the Hawkwolf Guard? Li Qingshan continued reading. Below were the cultivation levels of the various members of the Qian clan. The first one was the head of the Qian clan, Qian Yannian. He was in the 5th layer of the aura refining realm. There were no 4th layer cultivators, 2 3rd layer cultivators, 5 2nd layer cultivators, and 13 1st layer cultivators. Li Qingshan raised his head. "Commander Zhua, isn't our first trial mission a little too difficult?" At least on the surface, the 3 of them definitely did not have the ability to shake the Qian family. Takhydra, really? Zhua Zhibua stared at Li Qingshan as if he was trying to find clues about Zhao Liangqing's death from his face, but he was disappointed. "I can't be biased either. So the mission this time is not to kill, but to investigate. If Rongji is right, then report back. I'll clean it up myself. It'll be Qian Yannian's birthday, in a few days' time. You can go under the guise of wishing him well, and you have Rongji as a spy, so it can't be any easier." Li Qingshan said, "I'm just afraid it won't be that simple." Zhua Zhibua continued to chuckle. "All missions of the Hawkwolf Guard carry risk, but the greater the risk, the greater the rewards. You can flip to the 2nd page and take a look." Li Qingshan flipped to the 2nd page of the dossier. It was actually an analysis of his wealth. It predicted the pills, spiritual artifacts, and many other benefits that he might obtain after defeating the Qian family. It even mentioned that it was possible for his harvest to be even greater after the birthday banquet. Unless they were people of the Qian family, It was impossible for them to know so much detail. Zhuozhibwa said patiently, "If the investigation turns out to be true, I obviously hope you can directly end this matter. It'll save me a lot of trouble." Although Qian Yannian is a fifth-layer Qi practitioner, he's already extremely old, so he doesn't live up to his name. And according to the rules, everything you obtain from the mission will belong to you. Originally, trial missions don't give you any contribution, but if you succeed, I'll give each of you 500 contribution points. Li Qingshan said, "It doesn't seem like I can turn it down." "All right, I'll accept it. When do we set off?" It was pointless to turn it down anyway. Since Zhuozhibwa still wanted to maintain peace on the surface, he would keep it that way for now. No matter how many schemes there were, he would use force to overcome them. He would face them head-on and see just what kind of trap could trap a demon like him. Right now, on the surging waters of the clear river, a sailboat that stood 2 stories tall tore through the waves. The white sail depicted a hawk spreading its wings. This was a ship specially used by the Hawkwolf Guard. Its design was intricate and the workmanship was exquisite. The decorations inside were extremely luxurious, and its performance was extraordinary as it sailed upstream. It actually moved much faster than when Li Qingshan sat on the dragon boat in the past. Wherever the sacred hall passed by, all ships would avoid it. Even the dragon boat was no exception. A young man sat on the railing of the boat as if he was admiring the steep scenery on the 2 shores. Waves would sweep over from time to time, drenching his clothes. He fiddled around with a few spiritual stones in his hand, completely ignoring them. Li Qingshan was considering his plans for this trip. However, he was clearly not a wise man. He was unable to devise a strategy. All he could do was adapt to the situation. However, there was one thing he was certain about, which was that he definitely could not transform into a demon again. Otherwise, even if he could avoid detection, he would still become a target of suspicion. However, he believed his strength was enough for him to deal with most situations. "Sir, the 2 lords have invited you to the cabin." A boatman respectfully stepped forward and said. Li Qingshan returned to the cabin, and Jiao Fei said politely, "Qingshan, let's discuss our plan." Li Qingshan said, "Let's just ask her. Qian Rongji, just what are you trying to do? You want to lure me to ancient Wind City and kill me? Avenge your unlucky elder brother?" Qian Rongji smiled charmingly. "Do you think you're that easy to kill? You finally admitted that you killed Qian Rongming. I originally suspected Jiao Fei, but it really was you. However, he's not my elder brother." Li Qingshan said, "So what if I admit it? If he's not your elder brother, then could he be your younger brother?" Qian Rongji said, "He's nothing. We're actually not related by blood at all. I was adopted by Qian Yannian because I had the potential to practice Qi refinement, so we could barely be considered siblings. However, he's dead, and I have no intention of avenging him. So, you don't have to be so guarded against me. The 3 of us came and left on the same ship, so it's fate that we're on the same boat. Now, we should be working together." Li Qingshan was stunned. "So, you guys aren't related by blood? Is this even considered a family?" Qian Rongji sneered. "What family? They can only bully ordinary people. I've heard that the real big families are able to concoct medicinal pellets and allow children with no potential to become Qi refinement cultivators. As for families like the Qian family, who can't even maintain their own bloodline, they're just trash." Only then did Li Qingshan know that there was such a saying. Hearing her words, he asked curiously, "Are you really going to go against the Qian family this time? Didn't the Qian family owe you a great debt of gratitude? Allowing an ordinary person to become a Qi refinement cultivator was practically giving them a new lease on life." However, Qian Rongji's attitude was very strange. Qian Rongji rubbed her cheeks and chuckled. Yes, a great debt of gratitude. Aren't I going to repay it? The sinister expression on her face made Li Qingshan and Jiao Fei, who were used to seeing life and death, feel a chill in their hearts. Qian Rongji said, "Don't look at me like that. I've acted and endured for long enough. As long as you help me this time, I'll let you do whatever you want." Not only Li Qingshan, but even Jiao Fei was unmoved by this kind of proposal. As long as one was mature enough, there was no way they would be bewitched by mere beauty to the point where they would disregard their own lives, unless they were like Hibiscus who knew the art of seduction. Jiao Fei said cautiously, "I don't want to become enemies with a fifth-layer Qi practitioner. Our mission is only to investigate. You come from the Qian family, so you must know where the alchemy room is. There's no need for us to openly oppose Qian Yannian." Qian Rongji cursed, "Coward! Once the pill is refined, it'll be delivered to Qian Yannian immediately and stored in his 100 treasures pouch. You haven't even seen him yet, and you've already been frightened by the name of a fifth-layer Qi practitioner." "You dash!" Jiao Fei stood up furiously. Li Qingshan extended his arm to stop him. He said to Qian Rongji, "I have no interest in becoming enemies with a Qi practitioner 3 layers above me. If that's your plan, I'd advise you to give up. We'll leave after the investigation. Do you think that Qian Yannian will be bold enough to make things difficult for the Hawkwolf Guard?" Qian Rongji finally said sternly, "Do you know why the Qian family doesn't have a 4th-layer Qi practitioner? That's because that old bastard is already old and feeble. He doesn't even have the confidence to suppress a 4th-layer Qi practitioner anymore. He's afraid that someone will take over the position of clan leader. So whenever anyone tries to break through to the 4th layer, he'll cut off their supply of pills." Li Qingshan and Jiao Fei were both shocked. He was willing to go as far as to harm the development of the clan just to protect his own rotten authority. A clan leader like that was basically terrifying. Qian Rongji said, "When the time comes, I'll ambush him first, and we'll kill him in a single strike. The rest shouldn't be enough for the 2 of you to take seriously, right?" Li Qingshan and Jiao Fei exchanged glances. Not only did Li Qingshan look down on 3rd-layer Qi practitioners, but even Jiao Fei was confident that with his battle experience, he could not be compared to the trash raised by the clan who had not even experienced life or death battles. In the end, Qian Rongji threw down a heavy blow. There are at least 300 Qi gathering pills in Qian Yannian's 100 treasures pouch, as well as a few other extremely precious spiritual pills. They're no worse than the Pearl Dew pill. Although the spiritual artifacts can't compare to the Hawkwolf Guard, there are still quite a few of them. They're worth several hundred Qi gathering pills. Coupled with the items in the hands of the other Qi practitioners, it's very likely that the total value will reach 1,000 Qi gathering pills. Li Qingshan and Jiao Fei were both shocked by this number. The Qian family really was like its name. It was a living treasure trove. Although it was a clan that did not make the cut, it was still a clan after all. It had existed for over a century, so what it had accumulated was nothing to scoff at. As the saying went, wealth moves people's hearts. The greed of Qi practitioners towards pills and spiritual artifacts was no less than the greed of regular people, or even greater. Qian Rongji extended her hand. After a moment of hesitation, Jiao Fei placed his hand on it. Afterwards, Li Qingshan extended his hand as well. The 3 of them stacked on top of each other. As a result, for the sake of a common goal, the 3 of them who suspected one another or even viewed one another with hostility temporarily formed an alliance and set off towards Ancient Wind City. They took a boat, first before switching to horses. They traveled by day and rested by night. 5 days later, the three of them arrived outside ancient Wind City. Immediately, someone saw Qian Rongji and called out, "The young miss has returned. Go report to the patriarch." Chapter 136. Ancient Wind City was a mountain city situated on the outskirts of the boundless mountains. The entire city was built against the mountain, so the roads in the city all sloped down. The holy church passing through the gloomy city gates, a wide, open road appeared before them. It slanted upwards, and at the end was a manor that seemed like a city of palaces. It occupied the entire ancient Wind City. It was even more impressive than the Hawkwolf Garden Jopping City. On the two sides of the road, the households were all decorated with lanterns and streamers as if they were preparing for a grand celebration. However, the people on the road showed no joy at all. The news of Qian Rongji's return as a Hawkwolf guard quickly reached the majestic manor. Afterwards, as if they had triggered some sort of mechanism, over 100 men in tight uniforms surged out noisily, herding all the people on the road into the alleyways on the two sides. There was a person every 10 steps standing on the two sides of the road and looking straight ahead. As the three of them rode past, the men mustered up their breaths and called out, "Welcome back, young miss." Even though the sound of the hooves reached the entrance of the manor, Qian Rongji held her head high and rode at the very front. Li Qingshan and Jiao Fei followed behind her by half a horse's length, following beside her like they were her attendants and guards. This was what they had discussed during the past few days. They had to respect Qian Rongji, so that the people of the Qian family would not be wary of her. For the sake of 1,000 qi gathering pills, they obviously had no issues with something as trivial as this. However, Li Qingshan could sense that Qian Rongji's current state did not seem to be an act. Instead, she really did possess some satisfaction and pride from returning triumphantly. The main entrance of the manor stood several meters tall, and there were several dozen steps at the front, which made it seem even more grand and noble. A pair of stone lions gazed down majestically. In Li Qingshan's eyes, they seemed rather vicious. The vermilion door swung open loudly, and a skinny old man in luxurious robes emerged. He was the leader of the Qian family, Qian Yannian. He had personally come to receive the three of them. "Patriarch, I fulfilled your orders and joined the Hawkwolf Guard." Qian Rongji dismounted and bowed gracefully. Before he could kneel, a pair of skinny hands grabbed his arm. "Didn't I say it before? Just call me Grandpa. You are now an official. How can you bow to an old man like me?" Li Qingshan and Jiao Fei glanced at each other. Qian Yanyan's movements were shockingly fast. He didn't have the slowness of the old man at all. Although his words were polite, his body had a threatening aura. This was the natural pressure that strong qi practitioners exerted on weak qi practitioners. Qian Yannian said, "These two are Ji Er's colleagues." Jiao Fei clasped his hands. "That's right. Under Serge's orders, we've come to accompany Rongji to visit our relatives and congratulate the great-grandfather Qian on his 132nd birthday." Li Qingshan clasped his hands as well and smiled silently. He only studied the greatest target of this trip. Qian Yanyan's white hair was sparse, and his face was covered in faint age spots. His nose was so soft that it drooped down like it was about to melt. His skinny body pushed against the luxurious clothes, making him seem like an old monkey wearing human clothes. It was slightly comical, yet also slightly disgusting. If it were not for his shining eyes and his swift movements just now, Li Qingshan basically would have doubted whether this old man who was about to die was their greatest enemy on this trip. First-rate masters who practiced internal arts could only live for around 100 years without any hidden injuries. a fifth-layer Qi practitioner, could only live for a few more decades. At Qian Yanyan's age, his cultivation had already begun to decline. Qian Rongji's information was indeed true. He glanced at the 100 treasures pouch on Qian Yanyan's waist and wondered whether there were several hundred Qi condensation pills in there. However, his gaze had already passed over his shoulder and landed on the group of people behind the main entrance. More accurately, it was a group of Qi practitioners. There were men and women, young and old, scholars and monks, but they were not from the Qian family. Moreover, they were people who had come to congratulate him. Their gazes towards him were no longer as enthusiastic. Some of them even carried contempt and coldness. Li Qingshan remembered what Zhou Wenbin had said. They, the hawks and dogs of the empire, were very shunned by the entire cultivation world, especially those from sects and clans. Everyone liked their freedom, free from supervision and control. However, the Hawkwolf Guard just happened to be the representatives of legalism that watched over the world and upheld the law. Qian Yanyan waved his hand. Please. In a secret room, Qian Yanyan's face no longer possessed the same valiance he displayed in front of everyone. Instead, he stared at Qian Rongji with bloodshot eyes. Where's Qian Rongming? Qian Rongji said sorrowfully. Rongming, he's been killed by someone. What? Qian Yanyan grabbed Qian Rongji's shoulder firmly. Who was it? Who did it? Why are you fine? Qian Rongming was not an adopted surname. Instead, he was the true bloodline of the Qian family. He had taken in a lot of wives and concubines, finding a suitable descendant among over 100 descendants. Qian Rongji said, It's Li Qingshan. He's the kid who came with me today. He's the one who killed Rongming. She actually told him the entire story in detail. All Qian Yanyan could do was accept this reality. He said viciously, If he weren't a Hawkwolf Guard, I would definitely tear him to pieces. Afterwards, he used his skinny hand to touch Qian Rongji's tender cheek. But fortunately, you're here. His eyes flickered with an obscene light. Qian Rongji said, Grandfather, you're willing to spare them, but they're unwilling to spare you. What did you say? Qian Yanyan was surprised. We've come on a secret mission from the Hawkwolf Guard this time. We've come to investigate the Qian family. How is that possible? I've managed ancient Wind City like it's an iron bucket. I've never been stingy with what needs to be done. Why would the Hawkwolf Guard target me? The silver light in Qian Yanyan's eyes vanished, replaced with some panic. Small clans like them feared the Hawkwolf Guard the most. Once they were in the sights of those hawks and hounds, they would be hunted down by the falcons and eaten by the wolves. Qian Rongji said, It's still that Li Qingshan. He stole brother Rongming's 100 treasures pouch, and he became greedy. He resented me out of jealousy, so he spoke ill of the Qian family to our commander Zhua. Qian Yanyan said, Didn't you speak up for the Qian family? What's the point of having you around? Bitch, have you rebelled against the Qian family? Qian Rongji said, How could I not speak up? However, Li Qingshan even has some background in Clear River City. He joined the Hawkwolf Guard without taking part in the competition. Zhuo Zhibua was afraid of offending him, so he ordered us to investigate. Rongji has only achieved her current glory because of the Qian family's great kindness. Without the Qian family, there would be no grandfather, and there would be no Rongji right now. Why would she betray the Qian family? As she said that, she was on the verge of tears, as if she was tempted to die. Qian Yanyan recalled how obedient she had been in the past, and his expression eased up slightly. Then what do we do now? Why don't we give him some bribes? If not, you'll have to sacrifice yourself for the Qian family. Qian Rongji said, Grandfather, he's a ravenous wolf who eats people whole. As long as he swallows the entire Qian family, how can they be defeated with just a single bone? If you don't believe me, just watch their reactions carefully. Qian Yannian said, "What do we do? If I hadn't listened to you and sent you to join the Hawkwolf Guard, why would we have attracted such a disaster?" Qian Rongji became vicious. "We can't let them, especially that Li Qingshan leave ancient Wind City alive." Qian Yannian said, "You want me to kill Hawkwolf Guards? As long as Li Qingshan remains, the Qian family will never be at peace. I'll blame their deaths on something else." "Grandfather, this is all for the Qian family." Quite a while later, Qian Rongji emerged from the secret room. The resplendent sunlight seemed to purge the gloom in her heart. As she emerged from the courtyard, a middle-aged man blocked her way. "Big brother." Qian Rongji bowed politely. The middle-aged man reached out to touch her cheek. Qian Rongji turned her head and dodged. "Big brother, don't be like that." The old man was Qian Yanyan's eldest grandson, Qian Xingwei. Although he did not have the talent for practicing qi, he had practiced internal martial arts. He was the main caretaker of the entire Qian family. Qian Xingwei was furious. He pinched Qian Rongji's chin. "Stop putting on an act. Just because you've become a Hawkwolf Guard doesn't mean you can act all high and mighty. As long as you're still a part of the Qian family, you have to listen to me. Don't forget about the great kindness the Qian family has shown you." Qian Rongji said, "Yes, big brother." Rongji wouldn't dare. Suddenly, a few servants rushed over from afar. Only then did Qian Xingwei release her. He ordered, "Come to my room tonight." He watched Qian Rongji leave before spitting on the ground. "So, what if you're a qi practitioner?" He could not see the sinister smile on Qian Rongji's face. Everyone had to pay the price. Night fell, and lanterns were lit up. Everyone in the hall were important guests who had come to attend the birthday banquet. Although the birthday banquet was only tomorrow, most of them had arrived a day earlier to show their respect. Among them, the most distinguished ones were obviously the dozen or so qi practitioners. Li Qingshan and Jiao Fei sat in the seats of honor due to their identities as Hawkwolf Guards. Qian Yannian introduced everyone. When he reached Li Qingshan, he said, "This is the young hero of the Hawkwolf Guard, Li Qingshan, Sir Li." No matter what everyone thought, they all said things like, "I've heard a lot about him," or "I admire him." "You're called Li Qingshan?" A sharp voice rang out. Li Qingshan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a scholar sitting on the ground. His hair was disheveled, and he seemed quite wild. He was also a third-layer qi practitioner, and he currently looked over with hostility. Li Qingshan said, "That's right. And who are you, sir?" "This is Gong Liangbai, known as the Mad Scholar of the Jianghu. He comes from the humble Maple Academy." Qian Yannian introduced the two of them first. Afterwards, Gong Liangbai said, "What, do you recognize Sir Li?" In this world where even the district magistrates were powerful qi practitioners, places like academies were not just for studying. Just like in Buddhist and Taoist temples, practicing martial arts and practicing qi were part of the curriculum. Gong Liangbai did not even look at Qian Yannian. He only stared at Li Qingshan. "Do you recognize Wei Dandong?" Li Qingshan said, "I don't." Gong Liangbai said, "But he does recognize you. If I've guessed correctly, you come from Qingyang City, right? That junior brother of mine paid a visit there a few months ago. His body has always been frail since he was young. Originally, he wanted to find a way to treat it, but he never returned." Suddenly, Li Qingshan recalled the sickly scholar who had come for the spiritual ginseng back in Qingyang City. He was the first-rate master to die to his hands in front of the Wind Mountain Divine Temple. The other first-rate masters were all middle-aged men. Only he was in his 20s, so he had a rather deep impression of him. I think I've met him a few times. Gong Liangbai straightened his back, subconsciously. And then, Chapter 137. Gong Liangbai suddenly stood up. He widened his eyes and pointed at Li Qingshan. He was momentarily speechless, as if he had never expected him to admit it so straightforwardly. Li Qingshan drank his wine calmly and said indifferently, "You're still in academy and you've studied the books of sages, yet you've raised bandits who kill and steal, and you even need me to clean up your mess for you. Go back and properly reflect on yourself." He had never thought he would run into an enemy here. Thinking about it, this place was not too far from Qingyang City, which was why he ran into Qian Rongji as soon as he emerged from the mountains. The news of the spiritual ginseng had drawn over all the masters nearby. There were not a lot of Qi practitioners in a radius of several hundred kilometers. Even if they were pulled out, they would only form a small circle. It was nothing strange for them to appear in ancient Wind City. Though, if I kill that thieving scholar, then I kill him. What about you? The guests discussed among themselves. So, there's a grievance like that. This Hawkwolf guard is just too arrogant. He killed someone, yet he says he's cleaning up his mess for someone else. Yeah, he dares to speak to a third-layer Qi practitioner like that as a second-layer Qi practitioner. Keep your voice down. Don't cause trouble. Although they had no idea what had happened, most of them stood on the side of the humble Maple Academy instinctively. Logically speaking, the school of Confucianism and the school of legalism belonged to the 100 schools of thought. They were a part of the great Xia Empire, but to most Qi practitioners, scholars were much more pleasing to the eye than police officers. As for Qian Rongji and Jiao Fei, they had grown rather accustomed to Li Qingshan's attitude. As long as he was in the right, he would ignore everyone. He was like that even when he faced Zhao Liangqing and Zhuo Jibua, let alone a scholar. Invisible true Qi burst out of his body, causing Gong Liangbai's robes to ruffle. The heavy table before him toppled over, producing a series of clattering sounds. That junior brother of mine was only a step away from breaking through to the innate realm. Originally, he could have reached the second layer very quickly, and it's all because of you. Li Qingshan remained seated. It's a good thing that I made my move early. He's only a first-rate expert, yet he dares to bully others like this. If he were to advance to the innate realm, it would be terrible. With a flash of white light, Gong Liangbai drew his sword from his waist and pointed it at Li Qingshan from afar. Others might fear the harsh laws of your Hawkwolf guard, but I, a disciple of Confucianism, do not. It's not a question of whether I'm afraid or not, but a question of whether I'm right or not. If I'm wrong, it's fine, even if I have to kneel. But you're also a scholar. You don't follow justice and only care about personal feelings. Have all the books you've read gone to waste? You're pissing me off. Gong Liangbai couldn't argue back, so he took a step forward and slashed his sword down at Li Qingshan's head. Holy Church Jiao Fei's expression changed. He pressed down on the wind-entwining saber, and his body went from kneeling to half-kneeling. Li Qingshan's expression did not change. He did not move at all. He lowered his head and tasted his alcohol. He said indifferently, "If you touch even a hair on me, I'd like to see if there's still a place for you in the world. Can the humble Maple Academy protect you?" The sword stopped above Li Qingshan's head, trembling slightly, but it was unable to fall down. Gong Liangbai's expression changed as he gazed at the swordsman Li Qingshan. This young man had not given off any aura at all the entire time, but when he did things, He possessed a boldness that no one dared to look down on. As the boss, Qian Yannian had allowed the matter to develop without interfering. It was exactly because he had heard what Qian Rongji had said that he wanted Li Qingshan to suffer at the hands of someone else. However, he never thought the matter would end up like this. He could not help but re-evaluate Li Qingshan. This young man who could kill Qian Rongming really was not easy to deal with. It would be inappropriate if he still did not make an appearance at this time. He said, "Both of you are my guests. What are you doing? Do you have any irreconcilable grudges? Just treat it as giving me some face." Li Qingshan put down his wine cup and raised his head. He said, "Have you thought it through? If you have, then scram. Don't embarrass yourself here." With a swish of his sword, a corner of the table was cut off. Gong Liangbai looked around and felt that everyone was looking at him, as if mocking him for not daring to touch even a hair on Li Qingshan's head. He then ran out of the hall with large strides. Qian Yannian hurriedly ordered his men to chase after him. His eyes turned, and he already had a plan in mind. He glanced at Li Qingshan and thought, "Brat, you won't be able to be arrogant for long." The banquet resumed. This time, the main character of the banquet was actually Qian Rongji, the young mistress who had brought glory to the Qian clan. With her laughter, the atmosphere gradually became lively again, as if nothing had happened. Many young Qi practitioners stared at her as their hearts skipped a beat. Qian Rongji used the time she spent toasting to shoot a glance at Li Qingshan and Jiao Fei, expressing that the plan was going smoothly. Afterwards, when she looked back at Qian Yannian, the look in her eyes seemed to have changed again. Li Qingshan only smiled and tipped his head back, drinking all the wine in his cup. The moon hung high in the sky. Li Qingshan and Jiao Fei returned to their residence, reeking of alcohol. Jiao Fei said, "I thought I was arrogant enough, but you're 10 times more arrogant than me." Li Qingshan said, "That's not arrogance. I'm telling the truth. What's wrong with telling the truth?" Jiao Fei said, Yeah, the Hawkwolf Guard won't let them do whatever they want." As he thought about the great fortune he was about to receive, he seemed to become even more intoxicated. Li Qingshan said, "I have some things I need to discuss with you." Suddenly, Jiao Fei discovered that Li Qingshan's eyes were even clearer than the moon, and they gave off a faint murderous aura. They seemed to shine with red light. Although he said it was a discussion, Li Qingshan turned around and returned to his room to rest as soon as he finished speaking, leaving Jiao Fei standing there blankly. This was not going according to the plan. Some people were ruining the plan, while others were coming up with a new plan. "I've already convinced Gong Liangbai to stay a few more days and introduce you to him. There are too many people right now, so we'll take action after the birthday banquet. We'll make it seem like they've died together. As long as we succeed, you'll have done a great service to the Qian family," Qian Yannian said to Qian Rongji. Qian Rongji said, "Rongji is willing to do anything for the Qian family." In the dead of night, Little and fiddled with a few qi gathering pills in Li Qingshan's hand. She raised her head, as if she was saying, "That's all there is left?" Li Qingshan rubbed Little An's head. "Yeah, and I'm using them sparingly. But don't worry, there'll be a lot of them very soon. 1,000. He casually tossed another qi gathering pill into his mouth and began to cultivate. He needed some time to consolidate his current cultivation. The bright moon disappeared before rising once more, illuminating the mountain city. Lanterns were hung everywhere in the Qian estate. They were bright red, as if there was a mountain fire. Guests gathered, and all sorts of people came to congratulate the Qian family. The banquet spread from the inside to the outside of the hall, from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain. The noise of people filled the air as if a noisy river of fire was flowing. The entire ancient Wind City was alarmed. However, there were only a dozen or so tables in the main hall of the Qian estate. They were specially used to receive esteemed guests. The eldest grandson, Qian Xingwei, personally received the guests at the entrance with a list of gifts. He announced loudly, "The profound sage of the Sky River sect presents a pair of blood crystals. Gong Liangbai of the humble Maple Academy presents 10 jade fragrance fruits." Most of them were rare treasures that Li Qingshan had never even heard of before. When he and Jiao Fei stood before Qian Xingwei, he thought about it and took out the last qi gathering pill, placing it in his hand. Qian Xingwei was stunned. Only a single qi gathering pill. Li Qingshan said, "Go ahead." Sir Li Qingshan and Jiao Fei of the Hawkwolf Guard presents a congratulatory gift of a qi gathering pill. The guests looked over in surprise, wanting to see just who was so stingy. However, all they saw was Li Qingshan looking around calmly, while Jiao Fei lowered his head deeply. The bystanders only thought he was embarrassed, but they failed to notice the mixed emotions on his face. Sweat dripped down his forehead as he muttered in an almost undetectable voice, "Sending a goose feather from a great distance away is a great gift." A gray-robed old man with grizzled hair walked over with a smile to smooth things over. The aura he gave off was that of a third-layer qi practitioner. Li Qingshan said, "Sir, you must be one of the 2 elders of the Qian family. That's something or other. It's an honor to meet you." The only 2 third-layer qi practitioners of the Qian family were known as the 2 elders of the Qian family. They were both Qian Yanyan's foster sons, and they had come to receive the esteemed guests in Qian Yanyan's place. The corner of the old man's eye twitched, and he suppressed his anger. "That's right. This way, please, sir." Last night, Qian Yanyan had urgently summoned the core members of the Qian family to discuss a plan against Li Qingshan. He had already learnt about Qian Yanyan's plan. After tonight, Li Qingshan would be a dead man, so there was obviously no need for him to argue with a dead man. Li Qingshan said, "May I ask where that elder is?" Afterwards, he followed the old man's gaze and saw another old man. He said to Jiao Fei indifferently, "Brother Jiao, why don't you go over and get closer to him?" The old man found this rather strange. Li Qingshan could actually order around a third-layer qi practitioner Hawkwolf Guard, and why did he want to get closer to him? However, he did not have the time to think too much about it. Li Qingshan pulled him by the hand and made his way over. He asked, "Is it over there?" He left Jiao Fei behind as he stood in the flow of people. He looked around rather blankly with his slanted eyes, basically like a child at a loss for what to do. Then he glanced at Li Qingshan before finally moving his feet, making his way over to the other old man. He muttered a little louder, and a female attendant walked past him. In confusion, she heard this sir from the Hawkwolf Guard say, "That's far too fucking arrogant." Qian Rongji stood beside Qian Yanyan. She felt that something was amiss. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something, and her expression changed abruptly. The old man brought Li Qingshan to his seat and discovered that Li Qingshan had suddenly stopped talking. Li Qingshan gazed at him with his deep, pitch-black eyes and said, "You're trying to harm me, aren't you? You sure know how to joke." The old man smiled, but he was unable to smile any more very soon. He felt like Li Qingshan's grip on his wrist had become like a pair of iron pincers gradually tightening. His expression suddenly changed. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosions rang through the hall, echoing through the entire Qian estate. Air surged into the surroundings, and the crowd parted in fright. All they saw was a pitch-black person pointing at Jiao Fei with difficulty. He wanted to say something, but He was unable to say anything. He gave off a burnt smell. Qian Yannian said in surprise and fury, "What did you do?" Jiao Fei had only used this opportunity to stick 3 scarlet fire talismans on the other elder of the Qian family. Afterwards, he did not look at anyone. He did not even look at the furious Qian Yannian. Instead, he passed through the crowd and looked at Li Qingshan nearby. In the past, Jiao Fei had once thought that even he would be in danger if he was within 10 steps of Li Qingshan. And just how far away was the old man from Li Qingshan? Half a step? Back then, Li Qingshan had only been a first-layer Qi practitioner, but now he was a second-layer Qi practitioner. Within the cries, Li Qingshan grabbed the old man's neck with a single hand and raised him high into the air. An arrogant smile, filled with murderousness, appeared on his face. With a crack, Li Qingshan snapped the old man's neck and tossed him towards Qian Yannian. "I'll also give you 2 corpses. The gift is small, but the sentiment is great. Please accept it." Chapter 138. The 2 elders of the Qian clan were at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. They were not small fries. Jiao Fei could not have easily killed either of them in a direct confrontation. Sacred Hall, however, they did not expect that someone would attack them during the birthday banquet in front of so many people. They were killed on the spot without being able to put up any resistance. From then on, the Qian clan no longer had a 3rd-layer Qi practitioner. Surrounded by the Qian clan's experts, guests, and dozens of Qi practitioners, Jiao Fei nervously approached Li Qingshan. For the first time, he felt a sense of security when he was close to someone. Last night, Li Qingshan only said 3 sentences to him. "Don't tell Qian Rongji. Do it tomorrow night at the birthday banquet. I'll deal with Qian Yannian." These 3 sentences caused Jiao Fei to hesitate for a day and a night. In the end, he decided to go all out. Li Qingshan ignored the dozens of Qi practitioners. He took out a document and read it out loud. According to Qian Rongji's report, the Qian clan has committed the following illegal acts. First, killing the innocent. Second, murdering an official of the imperial court. His voice was filled with true energy. It was even louder than the rumble just now. It even reached ancient Wine City at the foot of the mountain. Everyone stopped eating and drinking and raised their heads to listen. "Qian Rongji, this is impossible." Qian Yannian originally wanted to take action, but when he heard the name Qian Rongji, he became stunned. Out of all the children, the cleverest and most obedient girl who had brought him so much joy, how could she be condemned to him? However, when he turned around, Qian Rongji was no longer by his side. Unaffected, Li Qingshan continued to read. Under the orders of Jiaping City's Black Eagle commander, Zhuozhibua, we are here to investigate. After finding out the truth, we will execute Qian Yannian and the other criminals on the spot. Qian Yannian searched for Qian Rongji in the crowd, only to discover that she had somehow made her way through the crowd to stand beside Li Qingshan and Jiao Fei, staring at Li Qingshan with a dark expression. Li Qingshan had completely ruined her plans. The words, "execute him on the spot," continued to reverberate in the air. All schemes and plots were nothing in Li Qingshan's eyes. Li Qingshan put down the file and said, "Those who are not involved, feel free to leave and avoid being implicated. If anyone dares to obstruct justice, kill without mercy." Qian Yannian's eyes widened. "It's really you? You bitch." Gong Liangbai said, "Miss Qian, is this true?" Qian Rongji bit her lips and said, "It's all true. You can ask any citizen of ancient Wind City, and they will know. Our Commander Zhuo is on his way. Everyone, hurry up and leave." Although she hated Li Qingshan to the core, She had no choice but to stand on his side. Otherwise, she would definitely be destroyed by the furious Qian Yannian. Near Jiaping, there was no one who had not heard of Zhuo Zhibu's name. Who would actually be willing to openly oppose the Hawkwolf Guard for the sake of the evil Qian family? The Qi practitioners all looked at one another. Who knew who moved first, but they all made their way out of the hall. However, their gazes towards Li Qingshan and the others were like they were looking at dead people. They did not plan on staying behind to help the Qian family. Most importantly, the Qian family did not need their help at all. A third-layer Qi practitioner and 2 second-layer Qi practitioners would be destroyed by Qian Yannian's wrath in the blink of an eye. Thinking of that, they instead moved even faster. If Zhuo Zhibu really did come and saw the corpses of the 3 Hawkwolf guards, they would be treated as accomplices of the Qian family. That would be an undeserved disaster. They moved very quickly, and the servants and maidservants all used this opportunity to leave as well. In the blink of an eye, the hall was empty. Only the people of the Qian family and the 2 corpses remained. Countless guests made their way down the mountain. Only the people of the Qian family went against the flow and made their way to the hall. Li Qingshan said, "Qian Yannian, you've committed a heinous crime." Compared to sneaky assassinations, he still preferred a situation like this, where he was straightforward. Looking back at Jiao Fei and Qian Rongji, he used a special method to unite the 2 of them who were on different sides with each other to face the enemy before them together. Qian Yannian walked over furiously, and the tiles on the floor shattered loudly. He stared straight at Qian Rongji. "You ungrateful bitch." With Li Qingshan's loud declaration, there was no longer any room for negotiation. All schemes were useless. Even if they killed Li Qingshan and the others, the Qian family would appear on the blacklist of the Hawkwolf Guard, becoming targets that the Hawkwolf Guard had to kill. The Qian family was already on the brink of destruction. Death. All of this was caused by Qian Rongji, whom he had raised after so much difficulty. He called out hoarsely, "I've given you everything." Qian Rongji smiled instead. Her smile was very sweet. "Grandfather, haven't I come to return the favor?" Afterwards, she said to the remaining second-layer Qi practitioners in the hall, "We'll only kill those of the Qian family's bloodline. You've been oppressed by Qian Yannian for all these years, so do you want to die with the Qian family now?" Among the 5 second-layer Qi practitioners, only one of them was a direct descendant of Qian Yannian's. Originally, they all stared at Qian Rongji furiously, but when they heard that, they looked at one another. It was impossible for the furious Qian Yannian to let the 3 Hawkwolf guards leave, but they all understood the consequences of killing a Hawkwolf guard in public. If they remained here, they would really be implicated in this terrifying crime. They would become criminals hunted down by the world, and they would no longer be able to hide. "Shut up!" Qian Yannian struck out furiously. A hand condensed from true Qi shot through the air towards Qian Rongji. With a flash, the blade was drawn from its sheath. It sounded like a tiger's roar. The wind-entwining blade was placed before the pale-faced Qian Rongji. The hand of true Qi that had been cut in half landed on the ground, and the door beam. A great pit was left behind on the ground, and the entire door beam had collapsed. Between it was the pale-faced Qian Rongji. Li Qingshan gripped the wind-entwining blade and said to Qian Rongji, without even looking back, "Keep going." This woman sure had a glib tongue. It was rather useful. However, Qian Rongji's response was to turn around and run. Li Qingshan was taken aback. He really had overestimated this woman. However, He never thought that the second layer Qi practitioners of the Qian family would all break through the window and flee at the same time. Even the one who was related to Qian Yannian by blood, basically his own son, was no exception. This wasn't just because of Qian Rongji's words. It was also because Qian Yannian's rule over the past few years had caused the entire family to fall apart. There wasn't the slightest bit of unity in them. Normally, they could still maintain their unity by relying on their strength and medicinal pills. However, once they encountered a huge crisis, they would immediately collapse into a pile of loose sand. Qian Yannian ignored Li Qingshan and the others. He struck out with his palm again, and a second layer Qi practitioner was slammed into the wall. All of his bones and internal organs were crushed. He looked at Qian Yannian and said, "Father." He was Qian Yannian's only biological son among these people. Qian Yannian's eyes were bloodshot as he said, "Traitors must all die. I'll leave this place to you. I'll go after them." Jiao Fei said, and actually followed him out. He didn't have the courage to face a fifth layer Qi practitioner. Due to different reasons, the Great Hall became a place of disaster that everyone avoided. Only Li Qingshan and Qian Yannian were left. Li Qingshan muttered to himself, "This is good too. All the benefits are mine." Then he raised his head and said to Qian Yannian, "Today is your birthday. This day next year will be the anniversary of your death." Qian Yannian walked up to Li Qingshan step by step. His skinny, old monkey-like figure seemed to suddenly grow taller, almost casting a shadow over Li Qingshan. Die. 132 years ago, a child was born in ancient Wind City. He was born into poverty, never had enough to eat, and was bullied by others. Until one day, he was noticed by a passing Taoist who brought him to the mountains to cultivate. 30 years later, he returned. He was already a middle-aged man, close to 40 years old. He went to those who had bullied him 30 years ago, and those who were now also close to 40 years old, and killed them one by one. Then he established the Qian family. He didn't have a woman, so he madly took in wives and concubines, turning all the women he fancied into playthings. He didn't have a decent residence, so he seized the property of a country squire and expanded it into the Qian manor. He wanted to make up for everything he didn't enjoy. Almost 100 years had passed, and the Qian family became the only big family in ancient Wind City. 5 generations lived under the same roof, and there were hundreds of children and grandchildren. He wanted to continue his bloodline of power. Qian Rongji ran out of the hall, her mind racing. She had to leave this place as soon as possible and find a place to hide. After Qian Yannian killed Li Qingshan, she would be his next target. "You bitch, bitch. How dare you betray the Qian family? You will die a horrible death. Grandpa will kill you." Qian Rongji hadn't gone far when she heard someone shouting at her from behind. She turned around and saw that it was the eldest grandson of the Qian family, Qian Xingwei. He didn't dare to participate in the battle between Qi practitioners, so he took advantage of the crowd just now to reach the outside of the hall. However, he was unwilling to leave, so he hid in a corner and waited for his grandfather, Qian Yannian, to settle everything. Qian Rongji stopped. She turned around and gazed down the mountain. The people surnamed Qian were currently killing their way up. Among them, countless familiar faces appeared in her mind, too. Lewd faces, contemptuous gazes, threatening fists. Countless faces merged into a single, blurry face. She held her forehead and felt a stabbing pain in her mind. 2 thoughts began to struggle. One was life, and the other was death. Qian Xingwei saw that Qian Rongji had stopped, lowered her head, and her body was trembling. He thought she was afraid and roared, "You bitch! Slut! The Qian family shouldn't have taken you in. I should have skinned you back then." Qian Rongji raised her head and smiled. She even used her slender fingers to tidy her hair and walked toward Qian Xingwei. Life was the desire to live, and death was the evil fire of revenge. At this moment, life was no longer important. Death occupied her heart. What are you trying to do?" Qian Xingwei finally felt a trace of fear. In the past, with Qian Yannian around, she wouldn't resist no matter what he did to her. He was also used to her meekness, which was why he dared to jump out and scold her. At this moment, he seemed to suddenly remember that Qian Rongji was a powerful qi practitioner. "Grandpa, save me!" Qian Xingwei used his qigong and leaped out while shouting loudly. Qian Rongji reached out with her right hand and grabbed Qian Xingwei's shoulder. She pulled him in front of her and pointed her index finger at Qian Xingwei's forehead. "Why are you running?" Her long fingernail pierced through, and a trickle of blood flowed down. "Stop! Stop! I'm your older brother." Qian Rongji smiled and said softly, "Skinned me? Is this how you skinned me?" Her fingernail slid down like a sharp paper knife, and a scream resounded in front of the hall. Chapter 139. Xingwei. Qian Yannian couldn't help but take a step forward when he heard the scream outside the hall. How could Templar Li Qingshan let go of such an opening? His wind-entwining blade slashed horizontally at Qian Yannian's waist. Qian Yannian's expression changed. He never thought that a second-layer qi practitioner would be able to unleash such a ferocious strike. To Qian Yannian, the fact that Li Qingshan was able to kill one of the Qian family's two elders, the gray-clothed elder, was a shameful sneak attack. Therefore, he did not take Li Qingshan seriously at all, and only treated him as a bug that could be killed at any time. The reason why he did not strike down immediately was because he was still hesitating over the consequences of killing a Hawkwolf guard. He wondered if there was any way he could turn the situation around. However, Li Qingshan's slash clearly told Qian Yannian that it was not a question of whether or not he wanted to kill him, but rather he wanted to kill him. "Kid, you're courting death." Qian Yannian bellowed, his chicken claw-like left hand stretched out and grabbed the blade, stopping the swift and violent strike. If one looked carefully, there was only a hair's breadth between the saber and the palm. Qian Yannian's true qi and Li Qingshan's true qi clashed intensely within this small distance. It was as if two armies were fighting on a long battle line. One side was made up of elite soldiers, but they were no match for an enemy that was 100 times their size. The blood vessels in Li Qingshan's body expanded, and he exerted all his strength on the saber, but he couldn't make the saber move an inch. Qian Yannian was also surprised. With his strength, he actually couldn't snatch the saber from Li Qingshan's hands. This brat's strength was simply astonishing. The indestructible, wind-entwining saber let out a teeth-aching groan. Hundreds of thoughts flashed through their minds, but in reality, it only took an instant. Both of them reacted almost at the same time. Qian Yannian threw a punch at Li Qingshan's chest, while Li Qingshan grabbed at Qian Yannian's head, completely ignoring that palm. When they exchanged blows just now, it was as if they were going to perish together. Li Qingshan was not confident in anything else, but he was extremely confident in his own defense. "I have a lot of HP and high defense. Enduring 8 or 10 moves from you is nothing, but if you take a single move from me, you will die." Qian Yannian felt like if that claw landed, even his head would be crushed. With it, Just when Li Qingshan wanted to take advantage, he saw 17 or 18 fists condensed from his true qi, Qian Yanyan's condense, rush and defend himself. Just when Li Qingshan wanted to use this opportunity to gain the upper hand, he saw 17 or 18 fists condensed from true qi rush towards him. The wind-entwining blade turned into a streak of light, protecting him. Bang, 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 bang. A series of banging sounds could be heard, and a strong wind blew. The huge table was overturned, and all the candles in the hall were extinguished. St. Sanant, St. Li Qingshan with the Li Qingshan. St. Li's, he Li King T his feet to his T. You're a body practitioner. Qian Yanyan exclaimed. If he was an ordinary second-layer qi practitioner, his true qi would have already shattered his lungs. He might even have been torn to shreds on the spot, unless he used a body-tempering technique to strengthen his body. Li Qingshan didn't feel any discomfort. Instead, he felt like he was stretching his muscles and bones. He stared at Qian Yanyan with bloodthirsty excitement in his eyes. Qian Yanyan looked at Li Qingshan. The disdain in his eyes was gone, replaced by a little more caution. However, it was only a little. He had been too careless just now, giving Li Qingshan the opportunity to swing his blade at him. A second-layer qi practitioner was definitely no match for a fifth-layer qi practitioner. This was common sense. Do you really think you can kill me just because you blocked a few of my moves? Since you're seeking death, I'll fulfill your wish. Then I'll go kill that bitch, Qian Rongji. Outside the hall, Qian Xingwei's screams became more and more shrill, but Qian Yanyan turned a deaf ear. Although he liked this eldest grandson, he had many grandchildren. It didn't matter if one or two died. While Qian Yanyan was speaking, Li Qingshan didn't stay idle. He held his saber with both hands and raised it high. The pure, true qi in his body flowed through his yang heel meridian and flowed into the wind-entwining saber. It turned into a layer of bright light on the saber. As he waved his arm, a sharp wind blade whistled through the air towards Qian Yanyan. Holy Hall Qian Yanyan snorted coldly. He sucked in a deep breath, and a streak of golden light emerged from his nostrils. It pierced through the wind blade and shot towards Li Qingshan, leaving behind a thin, golden line in the air. Flying sword? Wasn't it only available to those in the sixth layer? Li Qingshan was a little surprised, but he immediately realized that it wasn't a flying sword, but some kind of spell. However, it was much more powerful than normal spells. It allowed a fifth-layer qi practitioner to have the skills of a sixth-layer qi practitioner. The information Qian Rongji had given him said that Qian Yanyan was only in the fourth layer of qi practitioner. That was completely false. As a fifth-layer qi practitioner, Qian Yanyan obviously didn't cultivate the innate method of training of qi, which only allowed him to reach the third layer of qi practitioner. Instead, he cultivated the even stronger Gung Metal Fiendish Qi technique. And this move was the Gung Metal Sword technique of the Gung Metal Fiendish Qi technique. The metal lungs condensed fiendish qi within. The lungs opened at the nose and came out to form a sword of qi. The sword light pierced through the air, creating a sharp whistle. If it was a normal person, just hearing this whistle would be the end of them. Li Qingshan bent his knees slightly and leapt high into the air. The sword qi brushed past the soles of his feet. Taking advantage of the fact that he couldn't retrieve the sword qi, he leapt towards Qian Yanyan and quickly closed the distance between them. Qian Yanyan looked at Li Qingshan, who was pouncing towards him, and let out another cold snort. His eyes were filled with malice. Suddenly, another sword qi came out of his nostrils and stabbed towards Li Qingshan in midair. At the same time, another sword chi turned around and stabbed towards Li Qingshan's back. There were 2 lungs on the left and 1 on the right. The gung metal sword chi also had 2, 1 on the left and 1 on the right. Li Qingshan hooked his right foot around the beam and flipped up, avoiding the crisscrossing swords of chi by a hair's breadth. However, in the next moment, the sword chi pierced through the beam from bottom to top. He abruptly leaned back, and the sword chi brushed past his face, illuminating his eyebrows. Li Qingshan was already prepared. The blade in his hand flashed, and like an antelope hanging its horn, it struck the sword chi without a trace. Clang! The blade and the sword clashed. The wind-entwining blade actually made a small nick, but it also broke the sword chi. However, before he could celebrate, the broken sword chi once again condensed, just that it lacked a trace of fiendish chi. Li Qingshan leapt backwards, and the sword of chi pursued him relentlessly. He constantly leapt and twisted in the spacious hall, avoiding the sword of chi by a hair's breadth every time. He was as nimble as a monkey. When he couldn't dodge, he would use the wind-entwining blade to forcefully strike the sword chi, temporarily blocking it. He realized that although the sword chi was close to a flying sword, it wasn't as agile and fast as Zhou Wenbin's flying sword. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to dodge it with his body. However, it must be because Qian Yanyan's strength wasn't there yet. If he had cultivated to the 6th level of chi refinement, this sword chi would definitely be a weapon no less powerful than a flying sword. Qian Yanyan was so angry that his face was pale. He grunted continuously, focusing even more on controlling the gung metal sword chi to chase after Li Qingshan. However, he was extremely cautious, leaving a sword chi around him. It wasn't just because he was worried about Li Qingshan's golden body assassination, but also because he was too old and his mental state had declined. It was difficult for him to control 2 swords at the same time. However, he believed that with just 1 sword chi, it was enough to kill Li Qingshan. With 1 attack and 1 defense, he was in an invincible position with no openings. Li Qingshan was shocked. So, a 5th level chi refinement cultivator was already so powerful. What kind of cultivation method did he cultivate? Although he didn't know the name of the gung metal fiendish chi manual, he understood that these 2 swords must be the intrinsic spell of the cultivation method. That was why he could control them so easily. In comparison, the innate training of Chi Manual was just like its name. It could only refine Chi and didn't have a proper spell. When he killed the naked man, Zhao Liangqing, he crushed him with 1 move using the absolute difference in strength, so he didn't experience the strength of a 5th level Chi refinement cultivator. Now, although there was no one around, he wasn't in a hurry to transform. It was easy to kill Qian Yanyan in 1 move, but the whole world would know that he was the one who killed Zhao Liangqing. Therefore, he had to think of a foolproof plan. Right now, he would just play with this old man and train his martial arts. In actual combat, he would understand the essence of the 2nd level of Qi refinement. Qian Yanyan thought he had the upper hand, but he didn't think that Li Qingshan only saw him as a piece of meat on the chopping board. Li Qingshan was thinking about how to cut him. And before he cut him, he had to have some fun. Seeing that he couldn't easily kill Li Qingshan, and that Qian Rongji might escape, he was also worried that what Qian Rongji said was true, and that Zhuojibo was really on the way. He had to get away as soon as possible, so he took out an exquisite 100 treasures pouch. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. He finally saw the biggest goal of this trip. Then he saw Qian Yanyan take out a talisman and was about to use it. Li Qingshan bellowed, "Stop, you old bastard!" Qian Yanyan mocked, "Are you finally afraid?" Li Qingshan said coldly The things in your 100 treasures pouch, no matter if it's spirit pills, spirit stones, or talismans, they are all my property. You better not use them carelessly, or else you'll die very quickly. Your things are mine. Don't use them carelessly. These words were simply outrageous and arrogant to the extreme. Qian Yannian was also angered to the extreme. Without hesitation, the talisman in his hand exploded into a ball of light. A few 100 feet away from the hall, there was a large platform. There were 5 flights of stairs that led to all parts of the Qian residence, and there was only one path up the mountain that led to the main hall. Tonight, because of the birthday banquet, everyone in the Qian residence had come out in full force. All of their power was mobilized. They were alarmed by the unforeseen event on the mountain and gathered from all directions. Even many of the Qian residents who didn't know martial arts or qi refinement wanted to know what was going on. In the distance, a figure could be seen standing in front of the platform. Someone with sharp eyes shouted, "That's Qian Rongji! Kill her!" Everyone in the Qian residence heard Li Qingshan's words just now. Many people hated this great traitor of the Qian residence to the point of gnashing their teeth. But when they got closer to take a look, they were all stunned. Qian Rongji was covered in blood, but there was a psychedelic smile on her face. Under her feet, there was a person who looked like a bloody gourd lying on the ground, moaning miserably. And in her hand, there was something that floated along with the night wind. Chapter 140. Many of the more timid ones screamed and almost fell down the stairs. In the main hall behind the holy hall, the rumbling sounds were endless. The magnificent hall was shaking in the darkness, as if it would collapse at any moment. Qian Rongji looked back. It seemed that Li Qingshan could still hold on for a while, giving her enough time to do what she wanted to do. She was really grateful to Li Qingshan. Of course, it would be a big mistake to think that her personality had changed. In her mind, the best outcome of this battle would be for Li Qingshan and Qian Yannian to perish together. Master, is that you?" A middle-aged woman recognized the identity of the person on the ground from the hoarse scream. She scolded with a sobbing tone, "Qian Rongji, you slut, you lunatic! What did my master do wrong to you? Not only did you seduce him, you even want to kill him?" "I seduced him?" Qian Rongji licked the blood at the corner of her mouth. "He said he wanted to skin me. I asked him if that was the case, but he didn't say. Do you know?" She kicked the bloody gourd off the platform, causing it to roll down the stairs. As if avoiding the plague, the crowd parted. When everyone's attention was attracted by the bloody body, a wind blade pierced through the crowd, and blood shot up into the sky. The woman who spoke just now had a huge gash from her shoulder to her waist. She looked down in disbelief. This little slut actually dared to attack her? This was the last thought in her mind before she collapsed to the ground. "It seems that you don't know either," Qian Rongji murmured. Dark clouds covered the moon, and the sky was pitch black. Thousands of Qian family members gathered around the platform, and more were coming. The flickering torches illuminated her beautiful blood-stained face, twisting with the flickering light. A luxuriously dressed young man wailed, "Father! Mother!" Then he looked at Qian Rongji with extreme hatred. "Everyone, kill this crazy woman and help great-grandpa. The Qian family will definitely get through this crisis." Upon receiving the order, over 1,000 people rushed forward together. Their imposing manner was enough to scare ordinary people to death. Even qi practitioners would run out of true qi, not to mention that there were more than a dozen first-layer qi practitioners among them. Qian Rongji was in danger. However, there was no fear on her face. With a psychedelic smile, she opened her red lips and casually called out a string of names: Qian Ronghui, Qian Rongqing. Among the people she called out, there were big and small ones, men and women, but the one thing they had in common was that they were all Qi practitioners. None of them originally had the surname Qian, but they were adopted by the Qian clan because they had the aptitude to practice Qi refinement. Startled, they stopped in their tracks. Haven't you been bullied enough by the Qian clan? They treated us like pigs and dogs, and now we have to die for them? The Qian family is doomed. All of the people of the Qian family will be killed by the Hawkwolf Guard. Qian Xingwei's son, the luxuriously dressed young man, called out, "Don't listen to her nonsense. Great-grandpa will settle everything very soon. All those who betray the Qian family will die horrible deaths." The people with the bloodline of the Qian family all agreed. They pressed forward once again. The forest of blades and spears was less than 10 steps away from Qian Rongji, but due to their fear of Qian Rongji's martial prowess, they could not help but slow down. Before they knew it, the people Qian Rongji had called out had been separated from the crowd. Some of them even looked at them cautiously. Qian Rongji said, "That old bastard Qian Yannian is in the main hall at the back. If he could come out, he would have done so a long time ago. If you don't think for yourselves now, it'll be too late." Rumbles constantly rang out in the main hall. Clearly, an intense battle was taking place. However, the leader of the Qian family who had ruled over ancient Wind City for almost a century, Qian Yannian, had clearly encountered a powerful enemy. If Qian Yannian were here, then all of the objections would cease to exist. However, Qian Yannian was not here. Many people thought uneasily, is the Qian family really going to be destroyed? Just now, the first person to be called out, Qian Ronghui, could not help but ask, "What do you want?" Qian Rongji said, "It's not too late to leave the Qian family right now. Otherwise, when the nest is overturned, no one will be able to escape unscathed." Qian Ronghui hesitated. Many people hesitated as well. The young man called out, "Qian Ronghui, are you bold enough to betray my Qian family?" Qian Rongji said with a demonic voice, "Do you see that? Is this the attitude of the Qian family? Or do you want to die to the wind-entwining blade of the Hawkwolf Guard?" Qian Ronghui glanced at the main hall in the darkness one last time and bellowed out, "All right, I'll leave the Qian family. I have nothing to do with the Qian family anymore." He turned around and made his way down the mountain. He did not plan on getting involved in this mess anymore. He did not resent the Qian family as deeply as Qian Rongji did, with him taking the lead. The others were tempted too. They were about to leave. The people of the Qian family cursed. Many weapons and spears were aimed at Qian Ronghui. Qian Ronghui bellowed, "Move! Did I say you could leave?" Qian Rongji's icy cold voice made Qian Ronghui stop. He turned around and said furiously, "What else do you want?" Qian Rongji said, "If you leave now, you'll be hunted down by the world." Afterwards, she said to everyone, "I know all of you. None of you can just leave like this today. As long as you're not a direct descendant of the Qian family, you can be spared if you offer up the heads of members of the Qian family as proof of your loyalty. Otherwise, only death awaits you." She was in deep danger. Not only did she not beg for mercy in fear, she even threatened everyone fiercely. Everyone panicked. There were only a few direct descendants of the Qian family. Even they did not have the determination to live and die with the Qian family. They were just tied to the Qian family's war chariot. They had no choice but to persevere, not to mention the others. She vaguely understood Li Qingshan's feelings. This feeling was really great. The atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. In this hot summer night, under the illumination of the fire, Many beads of sweat rolled down from their foreheads. Everyone looked around vigilantly, trying to distinguish who was not their own kin from the fire and who was a possible proof of allegiance. This century-old clan had a dense web of interpersonal relationships. There were countless grievances and hatred. In the darkness, it was unknown where the first saber fell, but it was unknown where the first scream came from. It was as if a fuse had been lit. The first flash of blood was like a spark falling on a wasteland. It quickly spread into a prairie fire. Someone shouted, "Kill these traitors! Surround the Qian family!" There were also people shouting, "Take revenge!" But there were more screams and wails. Pairs of eyes were dyed red with blood. They did not have the time to distinguish whether the people around them were enemies or relatives. They waved their sabers at anyone who approached them. Talismans turned into lightning and flames, exploding in the crowd. The sound of spears piercing into bodies and sabers cutting through bones interweaved into a soul-calming song. The Qian family mansion turned into a azure purgatory, and in the center of the purgatory, Qian Rongji laughed crazily. Great joy surged into her heart. All of her memories were burning. She forgot about the potential threat of Qian Yannian. She even forgot about the difference between life and death. She felt that this place was heaven. She was happy now. Even if she died immediately, it did not matter. There were also people who wanted to assassinate this traitor of the Qian family out of anger, and there were even people who became blinded by bloodlust. They tried to kill her. However, in this place, who could possibly kill a second-layer Qi warrior? They were all killed by the wind-entwining saber and turned into corpses that formed a circle around her. Gradually, no one dared to approach her, and this circle of corpses became the only safe haven in this purgatory. None of the people of ancient Wind City could forget this night. They raised their heads and watched from within the city. They watched as the clan that had ruled over ancient Wind City for a century collapsed in the flames of tribulation. Their faces were filled with mixed emotions of fear, surprise, and joy. Most of the Qi practitioners who had come down from the mountain did not leave. They also watched from the darkness. They were extremely surprised and astounded by the horrifying sight in the firelight. No one had expected things to develop like this. Originally, they thought Li Qingshan's declaration was a joke that had overestimated himself, that he was looking to die. However, Qian Yannian would kill 3 Hawkwolf guards with lightning speed before fleeing with the core members of the clan. However, the development of the matter had taken them by surprise. The Qian family was being destroyed. However, Qian Yannian remained in the main hall. He did not stop all of this. It was as if someone had stopped him. That was impossible. Even if a third-layer Qi practitioner and 2 second-layer Qi practitioners worked together, Qian Yannian would not be able to kill them with a single hand, unless the Hawkwolf Guard had someone else, or perhaps Shuozhibua had already arrived in ancient Wine City silently. This was the most logical deduction, and it also explained why Li Qingshan was so arrogant. The Qi practitioners all felt fortunate that they had not remained on the mountain. In their eyes, the Hawkwolf Guard was not an organization that could be reasoned with. As a result, there was even less of a reason for anyone to go up the mountain to save the Qian family. When the flames ran out of fuel, they would be extinguished. The flames of tribulation used people as fuel. Once most people died, they would gradually extinguish as well. In an extremely short amount of time, over 1,000 people were dead or injured. Blood flowed on the mountain steps as corpses littered the ground. In the canopy where no one noticed, little N's eyes flickered with blood-red flames. He had seen all of this horrific sight the entire time, but he did not show surprise or fear like ordinary people. Instead, he seemed to be in thought, as if he had comprehended something. Tonight, Li Qingshan had made up his mind to fight, so he did not take him with him, just in case he was trapped in the jar and could move about freely. He still did not trust Li Qingshan at the end of the day, no matter how powerful Li Qingshan was. As a result, he used the darkness to arrive outside the main hall on the mountain, and when he saw this, he was unable to shift his gaze away anymore. Li Qingshan's aura was extremely powerful, so there was no need for him to worry at all. The path of white bone and great beauty had originally been created by a great figure of Buddhism. The essence within it all originated from Buddhism, so he had read many Buddhist scriptures to comprehend the true meaning within. However, the path of white bone and great beauty completely reversed the scriptures, reversing the meaning of the scriptures. The mysteries and mysteries within it were something that even he, who had been confirmed by Oxen to be extraordinarily talented, often found puzzling. In Li Qingshan's eyes, he could devour flesh and blood easily, and his cultivation could advance rapidly. He did not even need to ingest pills. However, only he understood the difficulties involved. Hiding in the gloomy jar, he had never felt bored for a single moment. As a matter of fact, he had never even thought about being bored. He constantly thought about the path of white bone and great beauty like an ascetic monk in secluded cultivation. Today, when he saw this, he comprehended something. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.